Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this hearing to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory and the home and the traditional lands of the Ojibwe, the Cree, Dakota peoples, and then the national homelands of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Ron Merritt. I'll be your chairperson this morning. Introducing the panel members, the present Mr. Ian Mahone is present with us, and via Zoom is the other panel member, Michelle Duncan. Our recording secretary is Jason Robertson, and representing the city from the assessment department is Jonathan Spechuk. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note that you will be placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. It'll be then your turn and will be admitted to the meeting. Kindly follow along with the City of Winnipeg YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak in respect to the property. Once your hearing has been concluded, you may leave the meeting. This morning, we'll be hearing application for revision of the assessment roll according to the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anybody speaking in these matters must be sworn in. Please be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent, along with the city administration. We make our decisions based on the evidence provided at this hearing and issue a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision in respect to application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to application of exemption for taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. In respect to the hearing this morning, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have. It'll be then the applicant's testimony, followed by questions. Each side will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all evidence about the application is brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket this morning. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. This morning, we have items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 8 on the docket. Mr. Robertson, can you swear in the assessor or affirm him, and also the applicants?
Certainly. Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Jonathan Spechuk.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. The first item that we have is 520 Hargrave Street.
There is a if I may make a brief statement, Mr. Neufeld, did you receive the brief I just sent?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just waiting. There was a missing brief from the city, and it's at the adjacent connected property.
So if can we put if it's possible, can we just take a 2-minute recess, and I'll make sure that all parties have the appropriate documentation?
All right, that's fine. All right, we'll call a hearing back to order. The property, first one that we're gonna deal with is 520 Hargrave Street. Mr. Newfield, how do we want to proceed? Do we want to let the assessor go first and then you're going to go into your liability?
I think it's already, it's already school exempt. The issue is that it's included with 490 Hargrave, all of the income associated with the property.
Okay.
And so, I don't know how to handle this.
Okay, I think Mr. Newfield, what we'll maybe do, we'll have the assessor go through this property and maybe because they're jointly, do you want to deal with both at the same time?
Yeah, well, maybe let them go through 520. We'll ask
Okay.
our questions and then we'll move to 490.
Okay,
If
good,
that works.
good. Mr. Spacek, the floor is yours from regards to 520 Hargrave Street, so proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are looking at file number 22-1842. This is 520 Hargrave Street, roll number 130610721100. We have a 2023 assessed value of $557,000. That is classification 40, and that is school tax. It has a school tax exemption. We have a it's an interesting property. We have the parking lot portion, and then we just have a small building on it. So it has two income streams. We have, if you turn to page 2, you can see the above view of the parking lot. And bottom of page 2 is just a street view picture of the small single-story office that is attached to it. Again, for the most recent history, since it's been leased out in, I believe, 2011, it's been a parking lot for the WRHA that's located at 490, which we also have today. And from my understanding, the office is not used at all. If you turn to page 4, the actual little office portion of the property, we have 700 square foot at our standard OFS rental rate for that size at $15.83, 6% vacancy, 3% expenses, and a 7.2% capitalization rate. This is where you're getting that $136,000 for that building on the lot. And if we turn to page 5, we have the parking income stream for this property. We have 39 stalls at $45 a stall net. That is capped at 5% for being in the exchange. And we have or just outside of the exchange, and we have 421,000 total. And when we put those together, you get the total estimated market value of $557,000. Again, I have just included our standard OFS comparable list. These are OFSs across the city. Again, not exactly the most similar to this 700 square foot small office that's not being used on the property. Again, not going to see anything comparable to that on the list. It's just, again, added for that value to represent the value of that building being there.
And that is it.
All right, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why that refreshed. All right.
that's the presentation for the city.
Just 1 second, sorry, just for if you turn to my page. Just to page 8, just wanted to show you at the bottom of page 8 is also the comparable properties for the surface parking lot for that area. So you'll see that our subject property has a rental rate of $45 a square foot. And for located like in the exchange and outside of the exchange in this type of area, we have a range of, you can see a range of parking lot rentals all the way from $38 net at comparable 12s, 105 Galt Street. You have comparable number 5, 370 Smith Street is $38. And then all the way up to, if you're looking at using, well, we have our actual subject, the parking rates reported on page 2. We have a net of $116 across all the lots, and then there's a wide range of rents from $40 to $90 across the exchange. We're looking at Smith, Cumberland, Zero Donald, just to see where that range is. And we have included the mailer sent in for this property. So I'm just scrolling to the right page here, so give me one moment. And then, so this is regarding roll number 520 Hargraves and 357 Bannatyne. And they are reporting a total, if we turn to page 19, we have a total rental income of 60,200, and then a list of expenses. But so, and then I'm just looking over the COVID questionnaire. Again, for 520 Hargrave. If we turn to page 22, we just have our standard mailer, the COVID questionnaire that's sent out with all of our properties. Again, it's question 2. The tenants were. It says it was moderately impacted in question 1. The tenants were. It was temporarily closed in question 2. Question number 6 is, have existing tenants requested rent deferral or rent abatements resulting from COVID-19? And it's checked yes. So it says one tenant, 100% basic rent deferral for 3 months commencing May 1st, 2020. Repayment of deferral in 3 equal installments commencing September 1st, 2020. If we turn to the next page, 23, the ones that are filled out yes. Question 7, there's a 5-month lease extension to August 31st, 2021. Question 8, have any of the existing leases been amended as a result of COVID-19? And there was a 5-month lease extension to August 31st, 2021. And initial lease expiry was March 31st, 2021. And yeah, that's the only differences filled out on the COVID questionnaire. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Newfield, questions of the assessor?
Yes, sorry, just take me back to where you said there was rental income. I missed the page number.
Oh, just the reported mailer on page. Or it looks like it's for 357 Bannatyne though, so I think I'm getting it mixed up with the or they're sending in a combined mailer. But if you turn to page 19,
right,
there's rental income reported, but from my understanding, partial mailer sent in. I'm guessing this is just for 357 Bannatyne, which is pretty much an industrial warehouse, and I'm not sure they're using it for much.
Right, but this property isn't 357 Bannatyne.
Yeah. When I put this together, it looks like it's being reported. If you look at page 18, 520 Hargrave and 357 Bannatyne. So, but I don't see anything reported for the parking lot.
Okay, and so is there even, to your knowledge, anyone in occupying this space? It's the 357, so the property that's adjacent. I'm just looking at it here. Oh no, that's not even close.
It's just like I believe that's one that was part of the 4 properties bought. They still own it, but last time I looked at that one, it was just an industrial warehouse that it's not really used for anything. But it looks like they're not, from the mailers I've attached that were sent in from this roll number, it's combined with that, but it looks like there's nothing sent in for this lot.
And where is sorry, where is 357 Bannatyne? What role is that on? Is that on?
It is on, no, it's not. It's a separate role from my understanding. And let me just see my map here. Sorry.
Yeah,
if you look at page 18, you can see that income information, they're doing it for both of them. For some reason on this one, they're combined when it hasn't been in the past.
Oh, I see. With on the separate.
Like usually
role.
they would send in separate for this role, but again, this year it was sent in, it looks like, together for these 2 roles. But 520 is the only role we're looking at right now, just this parking lot with the building on it.
Right, and this income that's actually been reported for 2 roles is 16,000 of gross income. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm not sure how it's again, very not sure how it's split up exactly.
No, but the net income after expenses is a minus 66,000. Is that?
Yeah, that's what it's showing for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone ever actually inspected? I'm looking at 357 Bannatyne. I see it has its own role. Has anyone actually inspected 520 Hargrave?
520 Hargrave. I mean, people have been there over the years to that parking lot, but I'm
the
not sure when the
parking lot.
last inspection was.
But not the building.
No, the building, every time I've looked, it's been I believe even last cycle it was vacant. I don't believe it's being used.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. And there's no parking income on this questionnaire then either.
No, this mailer that was sent in, again, I would like if it had more details. This is what was sent in for the two properties. There's nothing, I know with the lease, they lease out this lot, from my understanding, the tenants that work there can pay for parking at the lot, but again, that information is not sent in the cycle for what they're paying for the spots or anything like that.
Okay, and the fact that it's all school exempt, including the improved part of the property, I'm just wondering if you were involved with that decision. I was there, and I recall that there was no value at all given to the building, and then the rest was made school exempt. I'm just wondering, you got the whole site school exempt now, right?
I believe everything. I've had some WRHA properties that cycle when they got changed over to 40S, but I don't know if I had this one.
But if you don't know what the occupant is, it's also 40S on of this building or whatever is in here.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing this income stream is 40S as well, if that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so somewhere in here that we've got a disconnect, I would suspect. You think so? That the building is even on here. Is that
Yeah, like I didn't add this building. I'm not sure the history of it.
okay? And your age of the building is showing 1882.
That looks like when it was built.
Okay, and then with some changes along the way. Okay, and even if it were occupiable or able to, would 1583 be a decent rent for a building built in 1882?
Honestly, not. Probably not for this old small building in the exchange. It's for OFS parameters, I would imagine you would ask for a lower rent for this building.
All right, thanks a lot. That's all I had. Unless Mr.
Thank you.
Mercury had anything.
And nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Duncan,
No questions at this time.
I thank you. Mr. Mahone?
Yeah, just a question so I can orient myself geographically with respect to this property. I'm looking at page 2. That's where the pin is. That's 520 Hargrave, 490 Hargrave. That is going to be dealt with next. Is that the property immediately south of Bannatyne Street, still on Hargrave from this property?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to follow Hargrave south, the corner of McDermott and Hargrave at the bottom of that picture. That's
Right.
The start of the 490. And then there's 3 buildings and the parking lot associated with the next property.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
I thank you. So the total, the subject property has a total value, including the building itself and the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I thank you. Mr. Newfield, where do you want to go from here?
Just briefly explain the situation, then we'll move on. 490 Hargrave is the master lease, and it includes 2 additional parking lots, 508 and 520. And the owner of the lease for 490 gets exclusive use. There's an old building on this site at 520. It's never been demolished. I believe there's some historical problems with getting a demolition on it, and it is vacant. The tenancy of 357 Bannatyne is beside the main building on 490 Hargrave, and that was carved out of the larger roll. It has its own roll number. So I don't know why it's stuck together, but there's no income. There's nothing being generated on this except the parking, and the city has been down and not with this particular assessor, but when we settled the class before, it was the building was removed as being assessable, and we have no issue with the amount of assessment that they're going to put on it, just with the inclusion of the building. And of course, the statements back all up everything I'm saying. So we can move. Unless you wanna.
Mr. Spotchuk, do you have any questions?
No, not on this one. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Duncan?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone?
No, no questions, thank you.
All right, so let's go to 490 Hargrave Street. Mr. Spotchuk, whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, so let me load it up here. So if we turn to page 1 of my brief, we are looking at file number 22-1836. This is roll number 130961444700. Address 490 Hargrave Street. We have the 2023 assessment at $10,494,000, again, fully school exempt. Across this whole property, we have a gross floor area of 66,152 and a leasable area of 58,748. So if we turn to page 2 of my brief, you'll see, especially at the bottom, you can see the breakdown. There's like 3 properties associated with this, or 3 buildings. We have them broken down in 3 income streams. We have like our office medical income stream. We have our OFS, or just our standard office income stream, and then we have an OFB, which is like for larger downtown offices. Those are the 3 different streams across the 3 different buildings. I will go over those as we get into them. And then there's also a parking lot. So if you look at page 2 at the top of it, you can see the parking lot associated with the building. It's an L-shape property with the 3 buildings on the east side of the property, and then on the the northwest corner of the property is the parking. Again, this is Winnipeg Regional Health Authority property. On page 3, and back in the day, 2013, there was a $21 million REIT sale, but it was again not looking at it for total value. It's split across, as we said, this building, or these buildings in this lot, the 357 Bannatyne and that 520 Hargrave. If we look at page 4, we start to have the income workups for these properties. So on page 4, we have the parking lot value, and this is 44 stalls on the property at $45 at a 5% capitalization rate for that $475,000. And page 4 is the exact same comparables as we used for the parking lot in the last brief. If we turn to page 5, we have the OFM portion. So there's 8,086 square feet in this building as office medical. So this is more room that is looked at as like, if they have a lot of these Winnipeg Regional Health Authorities will have just rooms that are more for checkups and things of those sorts. Is more of a medical style office as opposed to the standard office. But for this, we have 2 income streams, 6,000 or 2 premises within this income stream. So if you look at the top of page 5, we have 6,188 square feet at $14.80. We have 1,898 square feet at $17.44. We have a vacancy loss for OFMs in the 2023 cycle of 5.5%. We have expenses at 3%. We have shortfall at $8, and we have an overall capitalization rate of 8.1%. This gives us a total value for this portion of $1,367,000. If we turn to page 6, we have our OFS portion of the building. So this is just the standard office space in the building. We have 24,081 square feet total. This is with rates of $14.74, $14.45. We have a total vacancy loss of 6%, expenses of 3%, shortfall at $8, and an overall capitalization rate of 8.85%. This gives us a total value of $3,498,000. And then on page 7, we have the taller middle building in the picture on page 2. It is 26,580 square feet. It's at $16.69 a square foot. We have a vacancy loss of 11%, expenses of 3%, shortfall of $12 a square foot, and an overall capitalization of 6.75%. This gives us a total value of $5,154,000. And so just as a breakdown on page 12, you can see the 3 income streams on page 12 and 13. But if you need to go back to it, we have all 4 income streams across the 2 page, and you can see how they're all broken down, and then how it gives you the total value under the summary of $10,494,000. And now if we go back up to page 8, we have a list of we have 2 lists of comparables. So we have Winnipeg Regional Health Authority comparables that are there are a large amount of them across the city, and a list has been put together of all the different net rents across these buildings. You can see the first ones are the much larger sized ones. So we have 7 comparables, 170 Goulet all the way through 650 Main Street, and you can see the net rents that are in place for these properties. For the larger ones, it ranges from on the low end 1575 at 975 Henderson, and then you're going up to 2144 at 785 Keewatin. You can see all the lease start dates across those, but across the larger ones, you have a weighted average of 1888. And then the bottom of page 8, comparables 8 through 27 are some of the smaller Winnipeg Regional Health Authorities. You can see the square footage size is ranging from as low as 419 on page 10. That's a unit at 400 Taché. Again, all the way up to 494 Hargrave, where we have our actual subject property is in here as part of the master list. But again, a weighted average across those Winnipeg Regional Health Authorities of 1928. And then if you turn to page 9, I've just included as well for the OFS space, just the office space within the building. It's our global list of OFSs across the city. So you're looking at 89 different office spacing ranging in sizes. These are definitely smaller size. The OFSs tend to be on the smaller size, 1 to 2 stories. We have a range as low as 390 square feet for some of the smaller units at comparable 6. And then, some of our larger units, such as comparable 34 at 895 Waverly, you're looking at 13,000 square feet at 1550. And if we turn to comparable 76 and 77, this is 1,000 Waverly and 870 Pembina. They have 16,000 and 14,000 respectively in square footage, and that's $15.28 and $17 a square foot. But across all the comparables, we have a weighted average of $16.01. And then we've also included the mailer sent in for this property. If we scroll down and we turn to page 23, if you zoom in a bit, this is the lease in place for 490 and 494 square, 490 and 494 Hargrave Place. You'll see this is this lease started in 2000, lease from 2001. It's a 30-year lease until 2031. Its current step up for 20,627 square feet is $16 a square foot. And again, that step is from 2016, January 1st, 2016. And if we scroll down to page 26, you'll see there's and this is for unit 500 Hargrave. So this is you'll see 38,120 square feet, that portion of the building. We have a lease in place for $22.75 a square foot. Again, originally, this lease was started 2011, 30-year lease, and the current step up is from January 1st, 2021 to 2026. And that's all the pertinent information I've included in my brief. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
I thank you.
Mr. Chair, my apologies, Mr. Chairperson, can we just take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
Very brief.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll call it hearing back to order. Mr. Spacek, you can just sort of conclude. I think you're in that state right now, so you may continue.
Yeah, I was finished. I believe Rocky just saw the end there, right? The total value and the rent rolls. Yeah, we're done. Thank you.
Okay, I thank you. Mr. Newfield, questions of the assessor?
Yes, thank you. So the assessment is done in, I'm just trying to get this right, 4 sections. And I'm looking at page 12. 3 sections, parking, and then 2 office sections. Is that correct?
I think from my understanding is there's 3 office portions and 1 parking lot portion.
Okay.
So stream 1, if we turn to page 12, I can just one more time. If we're all on page 12,
right.
there's 3 of the streams on this page. So we have the summary, And just
this
maybe for the
board.
panel too, because I know it can be confusing. The summary is on the left-hand side, the first column. Stream 1 is the parking lot I went over. That's the stream for that at the bottom,
Right.
475,000 total. Stream 2 is the OFM, so our like more office medical portion. This is 1,367,000. Stream 3 is on the right-hand side of the page, OFS. This is the office portion with more standard office space, and this is 3,498,000. And then if we turn to page 13, because there's so many streams on this one, the fourth stream is brought to the next page, and this is the income stream for the OFB portion, which again, just larger portion, the newer office portion of the building. And that's for 5,154,000. And then when all those are added up, if you go back to page 12, that summary column, the first column gives the total of everything averaged out.
Yeah, okay, so I see, I missed the next section. So here, if the model had been set to just take the gross space of the entire building rather than these sections, would the number be different?
If all else held equal, I'll say that usually if you just had, let's say we had, 100,000 square foot versus 3 sections of 25,000, you will get, due to economies of scale, you would get a slightly lower rent usually in most cases.
Okay. And you can confirm for this board that there is only one tenant?
Yes, the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, from my understanding, has the whole place leased out.
Okay. And these sections, and you were, sorry, I was, you had a breakdown of some rents on the sections. Is that what you had prepared? And I was looking for that page number.
Sorry, you mean the rental comparables?
No, in the subject itself, you were discussing some rents.
There's two rent rolls reported for this property,
Right.
starting on page. So if you go to page
You
23,
got them summarized on page 8, right in the middle of the page.
let me
Column
see here.
18
Yes,
and
yeah. Those have been put together in our WRHA full list for sure. They are on that page.
Okay, so one section was 16 and another section was 21, and this section that's at $21, comp 19. Did you have an opportunity to read the lease that I sent you? Not you personally, but the assessment department.
For this property,
Yeah.
like you sent in the lease and we read it. Sorry,
Well, I don't know if you read it, but
when did you send the lease in?
This would have been back in 2000, after the fourth amending lease, which was that was dated 2015. So I would have sent this in 2016. All the leases.
Yeah, I've again, like off memory, no, but I know that in the past I've definitely looked at this one for trying to get some information on the parking, but not for this one
Okay.
today.
And in the lease, did you note the part about how the additions were built and added to the original lease?
You know what? If you included that, you could explain it all, because I don't have it in front of me to look
Okay,
at.
no, that's fine. And you didn't read then you didn't see the part about it, how this was a cost recovery scheme?
Again, I don't want to do anything from memory. If you have it to present in yours,
Okay.
I'd happy listen to it.
I realize I am leading you a bit there, but okay. And the leases that you've rents that you've quoted on page 8, were they the source for this, was it the leases or was it third-party reporting?
From my understanding, it's the leases, and then the leases that are reported to us from the mailers.
So not the leases, I'm getting at them.
No, not the leases, sorry, the rent rolls included in the mailers, sorry, to be more specific.
Right, and of these sites being all WHA, are you aware that 90% of them are built to suit?
Yes, I'm aware that that's they're commonly
Okay.
built to suit, and then 30-year leases in place or 25-year leases, lots of long leases for the
Right.
larger ones.
Right, and okay. And the comparables that you brought on pages 9 to 11, what would be the average size of them? Or let's make it even simpler. What's the largest size here?
Well, the average size of these units across all these rows is 3,284 square feet. The
I
medium
see
size
that.
is 1,600, and then yeah, I'd have to look through the largest and smallest, but approximately that's like 16,000 for the bigger one. A few of the bigger ones are definitely like it's just the OFSs are in general on the smaller size. But again, we did have an OFS stream, so I did include it just as some alternative support.
But no leases for buildings of 58,000 square feet.
No,
here.
not for the large office space. No.
And in all of these comparables, how many of them charge for parking?
Almost all of these are outside of the downtown, so usually there's parking included, or like there's parking. It's only downtown where you're usually being charged for parking. So again, most of these are suburban OFSs outside of downtown.
Okay. And I was just trying to read this rent roll, and it's strange. I agree with you. It is rather strange. Was this then in? I'm looking first, starting page 23. This is for a section of 20,000 feet.
Yeah, it's for 20,627.
And is there and then there's a statement following that. Was there another section here that was then this, oh, I see, the second section on a second roll or a second financial submission is then for the 38,000 square feet.
Yeah, for the unit 500, it looks like 496-500. So I believe it's that one portion that's 38,120 square feet, and they're paying 22 for the step up from January 1st, 2021. The step up annual rent area, it's 22.75 a square foot.
Was there any statement income for parking?
No, unless there's no like rent roll for the parking. And again, I found this year they were much less information than usual, but I'm not sure if for these are the two roll numbers. Like this was sent in for this roll number, and it didn't include the parking information, from my understanding.
Okay, and sorry, just one second. I'm looking at this 20,000 feet right now, the amendment, and what pages? Sorry, I am a little bit under the weather, so if I'm a little slow and fuzzy, sorry.
Don't worry, we're battling over here too.
Yeah. So could it be possible that the rents were, the parking was included in the rents?
Again, they didn't send in anything in the past. There's market rents that I don't know what they charge because they haven't sent it in this cycle, but I know there's been net income for the parking in the past. Like even if you worked at WRHA, you still had to pay monthly parking. It wasn't included for the employees to park for free. So from my understanding from having some of these in the past, but again, unless you have something to present to show,
No,
I would love to see it. I don't have anything.
I'm not disputing whether or not WHA charges their employees for rent, but that would be a subtenant situation, correct? Like in the master lease is what I'm talking about, the one that's from WHA to Northwest Health.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. I wish I could answer for you. I don't know.
Sorry, I was just reading it myself here right now, looking for it. When the addition was made in 2012, was there anything in the scope of work that was non-realty?
I don't have the permit. I don't know.
If there were non-realty items in the lease from 2012 that they're seeking cost recovery on, then it would be questionable as to whether or not that's taxable. Is that fair to say?
I don't have the lease in front of me. I don't know. I can't answer. Again, if you have it and present on it, then I can look at it, but I don't know.
Well, I did submit it, and that's why I'm taking leeway to ask you these questions, because we don't, hide the leases on you. I'm looking at the scope of work. That's why I'm saying that. On the question of space, did you, we have a small variance between the areas here. and I'm wondering what, you've got. Did you compare this to the rent rolls, the leasable area?
The last time when I was looking at the notes, the last time these were updated was when it was switched to school, so 2018. It was updated to match the rent rolls. So if there's been a change since, it hasn't happened. I don't know if the total, like, I don't know what the difference is you have there, but when I added this up, it added up to me, I believe, but I just doing that off memory.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just that we do a financial management of it, and I certainly want this to be correct.
Absolutely.
I see, and they gave us a different number this time around. We had
I did do the math. I'll do it again. I just didn't write it down. Let me just see.
58,747, and you have 58,748. So we are.
And the 1 square foot is just from the parking lot. It's just in our system. So.
Oh, okay. So we
that's
are
why it's
using
off by 1 square foot. Yeah.
Okay, we are using the same number. That's
yeah.
all I care about. I don't know. That's all I can think of for questions now, unless Mr. Mercury has some.
Mr. Mercury?
Yes, just with respect to the rent comparables, you're relying on 2 sets, as I understand it. First, the WRHA rents, and then I guess a broader scope of rents below that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is there a reason why you're just looking at WRHA rents if the objective here is to find the market value? Is there a reason why you're looking specifically at the tenant in place as opposed to comparing similar sized buildings in similar locations? I guess I'm confused as to the logic of just looking at the tenancy, the particular tenant, which is a bit unusual in my experience.
I think the thought process is that there's enough of these buildings that are similar, and they're very similar across the city where they are, that it makes, in my mind, it makes sense, and in our mind to look at what are all these similar types of buildings. Like this, it's not like they were just looking at 3 of them. It feels like there's enough of a range of these net rents in place to see, hey, what is across these similar types of buildings, what is the rents of those, and then we also do our own analysis of OFM, office medical across the city. We do OFS, we do OFB, of all these different rental rates as its own. But again, this is included just to show what there's other similar buildings like it. They seem the most similar to us. It should be looked at as what are the range of rents that the other buildings are getting.
Okay, and you may have answered this in response to an earlier question, but did you make any attempt to examine the details of the specific lease in place, the reasons for it, the built-to-suit nature of the leases and so forth? Did you make any attempt to adjust for that?
Yeah, no adjustments have been made based on the leases. I mean, I've had numerous ones of these properties under appeal in the past. So as Rocky has sent these in, I have looked at them and tried to understand how they work, and at the end of the 30 years, what happens to the building, and I've tried my best to understand the leases, but no adjustments have been made based on those leases.
Okay, and then with respect to your other rents, you have approximately 89 different lease comparables that you're showing here.
Yes.
OFS properties. Is there any reason why you wouldn't attempt to narrow that down to find buildings of a similar size, location, and condition, as opposed to just simply taking 89 rents and averaging them?
Yeah, the truth is, honestly, just time constraints at this point. I just have too many appeals going on at once, and usually I do like to have a smaller, tighter list. But again, when we're pumping out briefs at the rate we're pumping them out right now, having the OFS having an OFS range is it's nice, and then I can just I can usually, on a property where I don't have other comparables, I can just pick out ones that are similar in size and location, and it's not the worst setup from my experience.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. Ms. Duncan, questions?
Just for clarity, so it's one tenant, it's 4 different streams. Is there separate leases for each stream, or is it all just one lease?
So what's included in my brief and what they have sent in for this property we're looking at today with the 4 streams, you can see on page 23, there is one lease in place for 20,627 square feet. And then we have on page 26, the second lease sent in, or sorry, the second rental rate for that lease is for 38,120 square feet, and that's at $22.75. So there's 2 leases in place for this subject we're looking at today, which has the 3 buildings in the parking lot. That's what has been sent in.
And so the other 2 streams, there's no lease for those components.
Well, so the way we have this building split up to try to get it as accurate as possible within the model, we have an OFM stream for 8,000 square feet approximately. And then we have an OFS stream for 24,000, and we have an OFB for 26,580. When you add all those up, those 3 streams we have, it adds up to the total of the 2 leases in place, if that makes sense. So it's just how they're split up is slightly different in our system, but the total square footage is there, and the rental rate sent in covers the full square footage of the 3 buildings or the 3 streams. And then there's nothing sent in specifically for the parking, which again, from my experience in the past, there is some sort of rental rate, like there's some sort of income for those parking streams, but it's not being sent in. I don't know. I can't speak for what's not sent in.
So for the 2 leases that were sent in, what is the lease terms? Sorry, it's probably in here, but what would
no problem. If you turn to page 23 for this property and you zoom in a bit, you'll see for this 20,000 square feet, this lease originally started January 1st, 2001. It is a 30-year lease. It ends in 2031. And then there's step ups throughout that 30-year lease. The current step up is at $16, and it started January 1st, 2016. And then, then there's a step up 5 years after that.
Okay. And then the other one?
And then the other lease in place is, if you scroll down to page 26 and zoom in a bit, you'll see for 38,120 square feet, this lease originally started again in 2000 so this one, there was an addition, I believe, or it was built, but started 2011. And then it's till 2031. And the current lease in place is $22.75. And that was a step up from January 1st, 2021.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
I thank you. Mr. Mahone?
Yes, just a gun for some clarification. Thank you for all the comps, but my question with respect to the WHR or WRHA rent comparables, are those amounts used discretely in the model, like for WRHA rent comparables? Are they put into the model to give a Winnipeg Regional Health Authority average rent, or is the model using those, or are those just there for the either confirmation that the model is close, or as some kind of not necessarily a guarantee, but just an example?
Yeah, so great question. And if from my understanding is, when we analyze our income and expense mailers and we see a net lease, it's just put in for that property type. It's not necessarily, we don't have a WRHA model title. Like, this isn't under WRHA. This building is strictly an OFM, which is office medical, which if a net lease is sent in for an office medical building fully, then that's a net rent towards office medical. OFS, again, if it's an OFS net lease for an OFS building, it's sent in under the OFS. And then again, for OFB, office downtown building B, any of those larger OFB buildings, those net leases in place are put into that part. So this building is, getting 3 ranges of net rents because of those 3 streams, but they're not from specifically just WRHA buildings for this property. It's all global across the city based on which stream you're looking at and how that stream is put in from the mailer, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. And just again, to continue on with the OFS, for example, I'm looking at the bottom of page or the top of page 11. There's an average, a weighted average, median, and you've got the ranges or the total range from minimum to maximum. Again, that's exemplars. That's not part of the model. Well, that's not necessarily part or determinative of the modeled rate that was derived. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, like I will just say, and let me know if this is not answering your question, but all of these OFSs, for example, these are just 89 of the many. We get many in like leases put in for OFSs. This is 89 of them kind of chosen out to show a range across the city, and all these have been put in, so to speak, to the model. But there's the OFS portion of this building is just a model driven from all of those leases put into the system, and then based on the size, age, condition of our actual subject property, that's where that model rent's coming from for the property.
Okay. Just going back to the modeling as well, and I'm looking at page 6 and 7. Despite these properties being, or these premises being on the same property, they have different vacancy loss rates. I see 6%, I see 11%. With respect to these, again, that's a modeled rate based on the type of building that, or type of whether it's OFB or OFS classification.
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at, for example, the OFB one, just for example, it's at 26,000 square feet. It's getting a modeled rent of $16.69 based on that OFB parameter, where it is, the size of it, location, give or take, giving it, that modeled rent. And then those parameters are for OFB. So this is unique to have numerous buildings on the one parcel, but in this case, you're getting, for this portion of the building, you're getting 11% vacancy because downtown OFBs have a higher vacancy for 2023 as opposed to OFSs, which have a lower vacancy. And then same when they have a higher shortfall OFB compared to OFSs, and then they have a different capitalization rate too. So that's why they're different for each stream, is because it's being derived from, what is the information within that stream, the size of it, the property type, etc.
Okay, thank you. That does clarify things. Those are my questions.
I thank you. Mr. Spotchuk, I note that, and I'll just maybe lead you through this. The dental portion, and we're talking about maybe 8,000 square feet, and you're using a cap rate of 8.1. And for some of the other, the one that has 24,000 square feet, where there's a couple tenants, and you're using the 8.85, and then on the other one, you're at 26,580 square feet. You're using 6 3/4. So, why the difference in the cap rates?
Again, the difference is because, so for OFSs, and again, from my understanding, when I'm looking at this building and talking about it, and like Mr. Neufeld asked, when you have a large square footage, economies of scale, you're going to get a lower rent rate. In theory, maybe in a much larger building, you're going to get a little bit of a higher cap rate. So OFSs have a range for the cap rate, and so I believe this building has been, I don't believe 8.1 and 8.85 is very common for OFSs and OFMs. I believe that's on the higher end of our capitalization rates to represent this, larger building, mix of ages built, interesting layout. And then our cap rates for OFBs, from my understanding, it's just 6.75 for all of 2023. So there's like no range there for it to adjust for that, if that makes sense, because OFBs are all downtown. They're all, that's from my understanding. So each stream, we don't just match it to match the highest one. It's just each income stream has its own range and its own rate. And that's why you're seeing different ones, because we have different, again, we have different buildings within. Like that OFB is a much newer build from my understanding. Like that was, if you look at the bottom of page 2, from my understanding, the OFB portion is that center portion. And it was, I think, built in 2012 compared to some of the older portions of the building. So again, one of the reasons that cap rate is lower than some of the older portions of the building, for example.
All right. Just one other question. The parking lot, it's got an income stream, thus there's value to it.
Yes.
correct? So, but why is it valued to include the, like normally you're looking at a building and if the lot comes with it. So why are you separating the parking lot, which is a value of $475,000?
Well, in downtown, we actually don't. So there's a certain range, like in the Exchange in downtown, we don't include the parking lots with the building. You'll notice all downtown OFSs, if they have parking included, OFBs, any downtown building with a lot, if there's a market rent for it, like if it could be rented out on its own, which in the Exchange it can, that's why there's a separate income stream. Because in our eyes, even if this building didn't, if this lot was separated from this building, and even if it's part of it, they could be getting income from having that parking there because it is useful for daytime parking.
So that is applicable also to the 520 Hargrave too.
Yeah, like that's just a lot, and there's a market income for that lot. That's going to be bought for the the parking that either can be attained, or if there's a building to be built on it one day that's bought for that redevelopment. It's usually one or the other.
Mm-hmm. So total value is $10,494,000.
That is true.
Okay, I thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Newfield, your presentation.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify something that came out of the questioning. The assessor mentioned called it 2 leases, and I know he meant 2 revenue streams, since he hasn't read the leases, but you mentioned a 30-year term and a 20-year term, and I'm just wondering if you can just clarify what has what.
Well, so I'm just saying the only reason I say the 20-year term is on page 26. If you zoom in, I just see, I know it's amended from 2011, but it says lease from 2011, and the other one said from 2001. I believe it's a full 30-year lease across, but I don't know what happened if the second one started in 2011 or it was just amended from 2011 for the 38,000 square feet on page 26. And if you could clarify, that'd be, if you know, that's great.
Yeah, well, so but they have the same expiry date, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. Both end 2031. I just don't know if the second rental rate was started in 2011 or it was 2001 and then amended 2011.
Well, is the second rental rate starting in 2011, is that the building improvement that you list on page 1 as being a new addition?
Again, I don't have the permits in front of me to confirm that, and that's what I'm asking.
And you also mentioned that there was no indication of parking rent being paid. Does that, you're not aware of any situation that where the parking is to be paid for? Or
like within this building?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have no information sent in as of the reference date, in these mailers to show parking or what the deal is with the parking.
Okay, no, sorry, I just wanted to clarify those too, because it's one lease, and as changes happen, they combine the leases, and I just don't think it's fair to represent it as 2 separate leases.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show what's being sent in. If I'm phrasing it incorrectly, I apologize. I've just, again, this is all I have is these 5 pages that are sent in to us. And
you're clear on that. I just wanted the presentation to be clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Newfield, your presentation.
Yes, and I just to clarify anything, I've sent in copies of the 2 original leases as well. And as rebuttal, you can call it. I'm not going to read them to you. I'll paraphrase them in the presentation. But the questions were brought up by the assessor, so I guess it's fair to call it rebuttal, and we'll be brief on that. So for 490 Hargrave is WHA building. They originally had at least portions of 500 Hargrave, which is the single story building at the corner. And on my page 1, it's where the red dot is. And then they built an extension at what they called it 496 Hargrave, and that's the building to the north it's a multi-story building, and it's the darker color indicated. on my page 1, and it's an L-shaped lot, so they also have parking on site as well as the 2 other parking lots. The first one was 520 Hargrave, which you just heard about, and the other is 508 Hargrave. On my page 1, that's the parking lot in the upper right-hand corner. That's 508 Hargrave. All 3 are leased from Northwest Health, and all 3 are fully leased by WHA, which is now called Shared Health. On page, I guess it's, sorry, these aren't page numbered. Well, that's weird. On our second page, you can see the 2 buildings, the older building and then the newer building, the darker building, which is more higher stories. The provision on the parking and parking rent is listed on the 3rd page, and you'll note that we haven't included parking rent. The original lease called that's the first building section, was the landlord was to supply free rent, and on when the second building was built and added in 2011-12, it had rent for 1 year, and then afterward to be renewed at market rates, and the revenue has, my understanding, has disappeared. There was a challenge by WHA on the lease side as to market rents, and then the income has disappeared. And not my doing. It's actually I can't name names here, but somebody working on cost recoveries for WHA, not on taxes. Apparently the leases were written rather strangely, and you'll see it in the original lease for the addition, how it says first year only rent, after that market, and it's gone. It's no longer in the statements. So we used a rent of, now I'm not sure if this was a typo or if we got this from the property manager, because we have 58,747 and now down below it says 57,474. I was see, the assessor and I agree on a lot of things, one of which was putting out these briefs in a short period of time. There were some errors made. I don't know for sure what this is. So I'm gonna probably just go to the other square footage, because it's likely more, might have been just a typo here. And I'll give you amended number afterwards, without slowing the process down here. We're using a rent of $13, and that's based on a review of the market. All of the leases in place here in the WHA. Well, remember the first set of leases were at $16, and then for smaller pieces, and then an addition was made, and it's a pure cost recovery lease. And I don't know if this is admissible as rebuttal or not, but in the lease for 500 Hargrave, or for the second lease I sent in, there's a whole schedule of work, and there's non-realty items in there. But the issue is, this is not in dispute. It's a new building with a 20-year lease. That's an extremely short time for a lease for a build to suit, and that means that the recovery has been accelerated. And these buildings, these access centers, were all put up because of political decisions, and that they went out to get 20-year leases in all of them, and most all of them were set as cost recoveries. And I was bringing that to the attention of the board when I was asking the assessor about his knowledge of them. They were all build to suit cost recoveries. A standard amortization period for a building is equivalent to the cap rate life, which is about 35 years. So when you set your recovery of your capital at 20 years, you're accelerating the payoff are paying it for it, but you're also increasing your rent artificially. So these are not market leases. So we went to the market, and on our page, and in addition, there's some articles here on the way government does leases, and I'm going to leave that to Mr. Mercury on these pages, going up to page the 10th page. And so we went through office rent leases. Now, subsequently, I've discovered that I don't have the updates on two of these. That's 1558 Wilson. So just disregard those two numbers. It's old data, and it's changed. But this was everything we can find in leases that of office buildings for clean leases, and there's nothing at 58,000 square feet, because there's nothing. The only tenants at that rate are WHA. They're build-to-suit leases. There's nothing else market driven in the suburbs or outside the downtown that's that at that level. And so the ones I was just going to bring to your attention were firstly on this page, about 1/3 of the way down, 215 Gary. Actually, it's, well, yeah, 215 Gary. That's a downtown office, but that's the government. MIT, Manitoba Information and Transportation. They supervise all leases for Manitoba Crown Corporations and Ministries. So they have leased virtually the entire building, 140,000 feet downtown at $12.73 a square foot. And that was done a lot like the subject in that they had space that they picked up as time went on. The first lease dates back, I think, to 2000, the year 2000. And the last amendment was 2021. Within the reference period, and every time they changed space, they redid all the leases. So that's the rent collected there, $12.73 on the downtown site. Then going downwards to 1100 Waverly, this is where Manitoba Hydro was in, and it's been converted. A number of these are offices, and here's the two I presented. I can't recall. Oh yeah, I have it listed there. The first one, 1100 Waverly, is an MLCC space, and this is not hasn't been improved to office standards, but it's been improved to a secure warehouse standard, which is actually a higher cost standard. But because it's for their secure items, not general warehousing. The next down at 18,000 feet, I believe that this is Tower Engineering, and this is pure office, and it's a tenant did their own improvements, so it's a clean lease, $11. Next is 850 Pembina. Now there's a couple of 850 Pembina, and I knew in there the last time we went to hearing, the assessor challenged these and said, no, their leases are different numbers. This is Mr. Murphy and I represent this building through a series of unfortunate events. This building moved from being a net building to a gross building, and so these are the rents. And this is these are smaller spaces. One of them is medically oriented in terms of office. It's the nurses' organization office. The whole complex is 50,000 feet. But the rent coming out of the space is in the neighborhood of the $13 range on the three major tenants. That one was worth noting. Again, there's a bunch of smaller spaces because, just like the assessor, there are not big spaces out there in the market that in suburban office. The next couple of pages are just excerpts from a presentation done by the city assessor when they didn't like the rents. They went to what they called a fee simple rate, which isn't proper. But the point is, if you if you don't have, if you suspect that your lease is not at market performance, it is appropriate. If you can prove that it's not at market performance, which we've done here, it is appropriate to look at the fee simple. Now, in this particular case, the assessor was attempting to prove that a lower lease was actually worth more, and the owner didn't work hard enough to get more money, which is ludicrous. But this is not, there's nothing wrong with applying this concept when you have a non-market lease, non-realty items, which is involved what we call creative financing. That's the euphemism for financing over a shorter period. And you can look at a fee simple number. In this particular case, the assessor's workup, he chose $13. I don't think that, I think that is something we should be looking at on this particular case with the lack of data. And there's some other information in here, which is, I'm not even, if there's going to be questions about it, I'm going to say it's not part of this proposed presentation, because we just presented what we had in whole. But so that was our number at 13, and because the concept of parking rent is now appears to be disappearing, we weren't going to apply for it. It is outside the downtown area. There is some influence from Red River College on the impact on parking, but this is a few blocks away, and the government said, we're building these places, we want parking, and we want it in our lease. If they went to a location elsewhere, this is what they would end up with: no charge for parking, or it would be offset from the lease number. In terms of vacancy, I'm puzzled that the assessment department, it has such strange vacancies, especially for office. And I noticed that they're between 5.5 and 11%. Don't understand it. We're looking at the building as a whole. And on our the page, the 18th page, which is a yellow table, it's from the Johnson report. And Mr. Johnson is produces, I always have it sitting right next to me right here. This is a couple hundred pages, and it lists every building in the city and every vacancy in the city. He goes and does the due diligence and then provides us with the data as to what's vacant, what's not vacant. And on our the following pages, we provided some excerpts of these rents, and we've got the suburban, actually several pages of data referring to office. So the data has been presented to you. Looking at the subject property, we see a mix of influences. Some might call it medical, but you'll note that the medical sample size is extremely small and non-reliable. You can't call it government because all of its government buildings are government owned, not government leased, and therefore it's not reliable. We lean towards this report. We think that it's influenced heavily by by the downtown numbers, because when you can see the sampling of where we picked our rents or where our vacancies were, you'll note that, and this is on the page marked, it's marked 62, but it's about the 20th page, and you'll note that on the miscellaneous size, it's very heavily populated by sites outside the central business district, fringe properties, Maine and McDermott, and just looking at a couple of others that are outside the zone. And in this case, this is a miscellaneous neighborhood. This is West End, which has no sample size of its own. So we looked at the Class C rate and then the overall total rates. this is a true indication of how badly COVID impact office. The suburban is less accurate because of the degree of ownership. You know, Mr. Johnson doesn't segregate investment versus ownership rates in his report, but that's why we've given you all the data on the sites where so you can look and see what actual buildings were incurring. So that on the blend basis, we came up with a 15% vacancy rate, and I think that's really spot on the market for what was happening in COVID. There's nobody lining up to rent 58,000 square foot buildings on April 1st, 2021. No one. Then non-recoverables, of course, 5% is appropriate. This is an office building. There are huge non-recoverables in this building, and the actual information provided by the assessor shows that this building, of course, suffers from non-recoverables. Our own study, which is the last 2 pages, is a mix of office, retail, and industrial, and it shows the history of non-recoverables. These are Colliers managed properties, professionally managed. These aren't fuzzy statements. These are real statements. And the bottom of it, a mean of 9.8% and a median of 7%. That's standard for office. There's no making that disappear. This is the money. This is what investors get back in their pockets after the non-recoverables. And we have used 5% and 2%, which hits the median on the nose. In terms of shortfall, this is actually an error going in our disfavor. Shortfall is the cost of maintaining the building when it's vacant, and you'll note that the assessor's shortfall is between $8 and $12 a foot. That should have been applied. We applied a lower rate because the major cost in shortfall is to pay the taxes while it's vacant, and because the taxes are lower because it's school exempt, the shortfall is lower. But I'm not going to change that because this is what we presented. I don't think it's fair to, put in a lower number unless there's something tragic. As far as the cap rate is concerned, I probably won't dwell on that much because the assessor's blended cap is 7.55 and ours is 7.25. I think our main issue here has to do with the income. And I'm going to forget something here, but that's all I can. I just double check if there's anything else. I think Mr. Murphy was going to speak to. Oh yeah. No, we don't have to talk about it. That's a cap issue. I think Mr. Murphy was going to speak to the leases or at some point or another, and I was going to leave that to him. And there's some information we presented on the 5th pages going forward. If I could ask him to take over, please.
Yes, so just at page 5 of the brief, there's a couple of articles, and this just speaks to the WRHA leases or government leases in particular, and the appropriateness of or lack thereof of relying on those types of leases. Number one, they're government leases. Number two, these types of long-term leases are quite unusual. The first article that we've included it's hard to make out, but I believe it's dated 2015, and you can see it at page 5. It's called PC Government's Hands Tied by Long Clinic Leases. And if you look at that, these leases were signed when the previous government was in power, and when the new government came in, there was a review of them and commentary regarding the unusual nature of these particular long-term healthcare leases. The bottom of page 5, there's a quote from the health minister indicating these are unusual within the healthcare system. And if you look historically over time, this length of time would be unusual where you're looking at quick care clinics, not entirely sure if it's going to reduce the wait times and so forth. You go on to the next page in the second paragraph. There's comments that this was really an experiment in trying to reduce wait times within the healthcare system. And then the next paragraph down, the comment, which is true, is when you lock yourself into 30 years, it's exceptional within the healthcare system generally to have that kind of lease, but it's also unusual to lock yourself in that long in almost anything in healthcare because things change so quickly. And then a comment that the health minister had actually instructed KPMG to look at those leases to see if there was a way that they could change the terms of them. So obviously these are somewhat political statements, but they're also reflective of reality when we're talking about WRHA leases and using them in a market analysis of any particular property. You have to be very, very careful of when relying upon them. The focus here is to value the real estate with a focus on its current condition and its location, not as a result of the fact that the lease is with WRHA or government crown corporation. The second article that we've included is just an example, in fact, of the province, another long-term lease, this one with it's a facility for children in care on Adele Avenue, where it was negotiated in 2007. At the time, previous government was in power, new government came in, took a look at it and determined that the lease rate that had been negotiated was really indefensible, could not be justified, and they had actually introduced a bill to cancel the lease, which government has the power to do. They ultimately did that. They passed legislation and that lease was terminated. So we put these articles forward just as to further highlight the fact that you have to be very, very careful when looking at these contract rents with WRHA across the board. For a number of reasons, they are not a good indication of what the market value of the real estate is. They're entered into for various reasons many years ago and are certainly not a good indication of value. So we just wanted to highlight that the correct methodology, the one that's been accepted time and time again by the municipal board and this board, is to take comparable rents, a more defined a list of comparable rents and compare them to the subject, not 80 or 90 different properties. And I appreciate the assessment department is challenged with time, but at the end of the day, our focus here is to value the real estate as of the reference date and looking at the subject location in particular. So those are my comments. I don't want to repeat anything that Mr. Neufeld has already reviewed. So subject to any questions, I think that is our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mercury. I think, Mr. Neufeld, you can finish off your presentation here.
Yes, thank you. I have those corrections.
All right. You've gone to the 58,747 square foot.
That's correct. So that
All
makes
right.
a potential rent of 763,711. Not changing any of the other numbers. Shortfall is too low, but you know, it's a question of balance. What's fair? My NOI is now 559,030. And capped at 7.25, and note that it is lower than the assessor, and that's a question. It's also relates to how you put together your valuation. I've dumped more risk into vacancy. He's dumped more risk into cap. It's a semantic issue, not a quantitative issue. The new value is 7,710,751, rounded to 7,711, 7,711,000. We have two parking lots, and they're actually listed on the fourth page. 508 and 520 Hargrave. They add up to 913,000. And if you make a change on 520 Hargrave, the change then gets reflected here. If you don't, then it's 913,000. That's what the lease covers off. And those are the returns for the owner. So it comes to 6,798,000 or an adjustment based on the parking lot if it changes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Spacek?
Thank you. Just quickly, so you're using $13 net market rent, correct?
Yes.
And sorry, I'm just turning to your page. You've included you went over your office rent comparables, and then you included preliminary issues for Municipal Board of Manitoba on PDF page 11. And sorry, was this to show the rental rate, or was this to show that you thought using, my understanding was you're saying that going to marketplace in a municipal board brief is inappropriate?
No, I really had two reasons for it. One was, there's nothing wrong with the theory that if you're in doubt on your rent, you should go to the market for a fee simple. That's what this says. So we are in agreement with the assessor on it. My second reason for doing it was, really, it's not only meant for when you think the rent is too low, it also is meant when the rent is artificially too high. And when you use this particular concept of chasing the fee simple, you're bound. First of all, you have to prove that there's an error, not an error, or you have to prove non-reliance of the paid rent. And yes, I think in this case, the municipal board ones, the assessor did nothing of the sort. So I'm just doing this out of spite.
Okay, so
that's a third issue. The theory is right. It's got to be practiced properly, though.
Okay, so we're not putting any weight into the rent being used in Mr. Pohl's briefs.
No, that's just coincidental because our market analysis would indicate that you're going to be in amongst approximately in that area.
And we can, but you would agree that these briefs are for 2013, correct? They're old appeals.
Yeah, and that's why there's it's not the weight on the number. It's the weight on the concept that you can turn to this concept. It's appropriate under the right circumstances.
So 215 Gary, we can agree it's 113,000 square feet of rentable space. And the rental rates that are being shown here are from 2013 mailers, correct? Quite far from the reference date. Okay.
Well, there's no reliance on these numbers. It's to show that a concept.
Okay, and just another question. So when this, from my understanding, the owner of this property, it is a healthcare real estate REIT, correct?
Yes.
And so when they purchased this property in 2014, all the leases were in place that are currently in place, correct?
No, that's not correct because the amendments go to 2015.
Okay, so there was amendments after they bought the property in 2015.
Yeah, and
since those okay.
I don't know if those were in works at the time of the transaction or not.
And then with regards to the news article about the higher than market rates on these leases, you said there was one, or Mr. Mercury said there was one where the lease was actually canceled, but that was in a different building, correct? That's nothing to do with that was a different building you're talking about. No,
it's not this particular building. It is a provincial lease.
Okay, so have there been any legal avenues pursued to change the leases in this property for the ones that are currently in place?
No, but there's a change in concept moving, and the access centers they are looking at them as to look at changes in use. There are no, all these leases of, I think, 7 buildings across the city. The current move is to look at co-location on a hospital campus. So the latest, and you've actually provided the latest, is a comp at just give you the address on your page 8. The latest one, a 280 Booth, and you have a 2015 lease that's on the Salvation Army Grace Hospital on the campus, and there's been a second edition on 280 Booth. So this is the direction that WHA is going in, is to co-locate on the campus. There's another more projects being done on the Concordia Hospital campus. And the idea is not to reach out to the suburbs and put up these access centers, but instead look, the concept has always been to take the burden off the emergency rooms and make it healthcare accessible, quicker, and it's not a community outreach program anymore. It's more looking at redeveloping on the campus. For example, the wellness center at Seven Oaks and properties like that. So I mean, we know where the direction is. They've closed up a few where leases ran out. 2835 Pembina and 1401 Roblin, 3401 Roblin, and those have been closed, and it's times are changing. So it could be repurposing, it could be subletting. They've also sublet 1001 Corridon, which was another center, a mini center, and that's gone. And you got that listed as comp 25. That's gone as well. Times are changing. 620 Dakota is gone. Your comp 14. And
Is that the answer?
Yeah, it's time. Legal remedies are not being considered yet, but all of Mr. Mercury was saying is that there's no such thing as a locked-in government lease that's going to guarantee an investor money for the next 20 years.
Thank you. And just to follow up, the current rentals being provided, so they haven't changed. Those values, are the owners still receiving those rental rates for the property as of the reference date, correct?
The owner is still recovering cost recovery payments. We don't classify these as leases, cost recovery. They are receiving that revenue or repayment. And
then for the market, you're going off just for the vacancy, you're going, as you said, you're going off the Johnson report at 15%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And sorry, I thought I had another note here, so let me check. And just so I understand, when I got into it before with the parking, you've included the parking lease saying, hey, this is the parking that is included. You know, the owner must provide this much parking from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that tenant parking is located during the day. Is there any chance to park in these lots after 6 p.m. Publicly, or are they reserved 24 hours a day?
That's a good question. I don't think there's any demand for off hours parking there. I suppose I could just look at the Google Street View just to see if there's a sign up for casual. I don't know.
Okay, and it's not a huge deal. I was just curious for asking to be taken off if the market, like, and there's nothing in the lease about the amount the tenants are paying for these lots.
You know what? I do have an answer to that question. 5 years ago, I went out and looked at the lots, and they're all marked 24-hour reserved.
Okay, so it's 24 hours to 10, and then do we know what the tenants are paying for parking?
No, it's through the, I guess, a sublease situation. And I imagine that some get charged depending on their job level and some don't know.
Okay, that is all my questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan?
Well, I do. So let me get my thoughts straight here. Rocky, you guys are valuing it as a whole, but there is 4 separate leases with different components to each lease, is what I thought I understood. So just, and not to discount what Mr. Mercury was talking about, but in either direction, but there's 4 leases. Can you tell me the length of each one? And there's one related to the parking lot, one related to whatever age frame these are in here, but the dental usage, medical area, then there's general, and then there's newer office. But just for simplicity, if there's 4 leases, what's the length of them? Are they all expiring in 2031?
First of all, there are 2 leases originally drawn up, and I sent them both in. There, the first lease was on the old building, and it was a 30-year term beginning in 2001. The second lease was for the new building, and it's for a 20-year term ending the same date in 2031. So they're considered as a single lease because one is just attached to the other lease. The parking is not covered by another lease. The parking is covered under the provisions of the 2 leases to provide to building occupants parking. So there are 2, but they've been effectively linked together, and it's only because it was built in 2 sections. We do their management here, their financial management, and we consider this as one economic unit, one lease, one common termination date, and one tenant, one landlord.
Okay, you probably I did this, but I just want to be clear. So from your perspective, there's no revenue coming from the parking components of this property whatsoever. There's no money coming in specific to parking.
Well, the last statements are showing no income coming in, and I know that there was a dispute and as to what that should be, but the rebuttal information shows on the initial lease from 2001 that there is no, that they were to be provided for free, and the second lease on which was, we call it an amending lease to the first one, provided for first year income only.
Okay, and then not to kind of complicate things for my own head, but it was, you had mentioned earlier the connection between 490 and 520 was 490 used the parking lot of 520 Hargrave. And again, there's still no, they're just paying for that, but not recouping it through any revenue stream?
Yeah, I mean, the years gone back, we saw, we actually had a separate accounting for that, and it showed the split of payments on the leases, so that what the assessor provided you on his page 23 and 20 and from 23 to page, I guess, 26. In years gone past, the statements had a line item for parking collection, and it doesn't anymore. As I said, and there was, and we weren't involved in it. I tried to stay clear of it, but there was a challenge to the clause of the lease on recovery for the parking area.
Okay, thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Mahone.
I do have a couple questions. First of all, Mr. Neufeld, with respect to the calculations of the 15.05% vacancy, I'm wondering if you can explain either the mathematical modeling that led to that number, or on what weighted what basis weighted averages were used? Because I cannot come up with a 15.05 looking at either class A, B, C. I'm assuming you had said that this was class D and in the miscellaneous category.
I was referring to the miscellaneous category just to outline the borders that Mr. Johnson uses, that they extend outside the central business district. What we were looking at was the overall office at 9.9, and then the class C, which is 20.2, and that's on my page 1, and we just picked the midpoint at 15.05 or 15.05%, and that's how we got to that number. And the I would be introducing new evidence, but I suppose that there are a number of different classifications that Mr. Johnson uses, and another one we were looking at was the investment category, which is taking out ownership sites and just using the investments, and that was a 17%. And our other source of information was Collier's own, not reports, but our own leasing people. We do the majority of all office leasing in the city of Winnipeg, and our team leader is Sean Cleaver, and we know very well as of April 1st, 2021, that 15% was a number that was being quite charitable on the low side as to what's really going on in the marketplace. It's higher than that by physical vacancy, but by economic vacancy, that's what people are still paying the rent for vacant space. It is around 15%. It's not just market reports, it's the people who do these. And our team, incidentally, also did the initial lease up for all the access centers in Winnipeg. So we've been on top of this from day one, and I used the Johnson because it's got black and white printout. But
let me follow that up for a second. You said you did all the lease ups for the access center. These are the WRHA access centers leased?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is the current, or what, as the reference date, was the vacancy rate for that? For all these properties?
Well, they're all fully paying their rent. So from a financial perspective, I mentioned 3 that were closed, 4 that were closed. There's not really going to be a published rate for this sort of thing, but my last couple of inspections on access centers indicated they were in Goulet. I was in the one at 1910 Pembina, and we had floors of empty space.
Percentage wise, can you give me a percentage?
I could tell you. Okay, my last trip to 1910 Pembina was one floor vacant and another floor half vacant. And I'm just trying to remember what Goulet was for. They were down to, I think, 65% on one floor and 35% on another floor, and these are, I think, 4-story buildings, so probably in the ballpark of usage wise. But then what happened is that COVID came along, and a lot of these sites got repurposed for the short term. 1001 Corridon is a great example. That had been mothballed 4 years ago and empty. And then COVID came along, and they had a short-term use for it for distribution of protective equipment. And once that usage was over, I think it was like a 6-month period, then they got out of the lease. And so that's 100% on that particular site. It's it's fair to say about 25%, but that's very subjective.
I agree. 25% though across the entire Winnipeg WRHA leased properties is the average vacancy. Is that what you're telling me?
physical vacancy. They're still paying the rent. And because there's repurposing going on, they're taking repurposing the sites, changing their definitions, moving from urgent care to non-urgent care, and a lot of the access centers are. There's one that's not even listed on there on Cumberland that I was in a year ago, and they had a floor and a half, and the entire floor was empty because it was now obsolete. It's not a hard number. It's just all to do with repurposing.
Okay, the articles that I believe they're dated 2018 and 2019, one from CBC and one from not sure who else who is the author of the other one. Don't know if they're both CBC articles or not. Are these articles submitted to show the tenuous nature of or the potentially tenuous nature of the lease on site, or the leases for the WRHA generally? Because they're certainly not site specific here.
No, primarily they're there to indicate that healthcare leasing is not a function of the market. It's a function of political direction. And when the political administration changes, so do the approaches to healthcare. So the previous government had a concept in mind with the Access Center. When the administration changed over, that administration had a different viewpoint on it. And I can only speak to how this impacts us, is that we were hired in 2016 to deal with the issues that arose from the costs they were incurring on the access centers. And what we've seen in that time is, like I said, less use. There's some more community-based uses that are just taking up space on a short-term basis. It's about when government gets involved in healthcare or in real estate, it's not market. That's the primary reason. And then the other article was presented because at one particular hearing, we had an assessor say, well, so what? They're going to pay the rent. And the point is, no, they're not obligated to pay the rent. Government can cancel and walk away from leases. And they proved that. That's the second article.
That second article discusses whether it's accurate or not, and I haven't tested any of the accuracy of the model or anything that's been said here, but there is a indication that the lease was untendered for more than twice the market rate. As far as the space at Hargrave, that's not the same situation. It's not twice the market rate for rent, is it?
No, the build to suit is probably generally it's the math difference between amortizing over 20 years versus 35 years. That's how we would normally calculate it. So there would be in the neighborhood, and it's not a direct relationship because it's declining contribution of the last 15 years of the rent. But the last time I did one of these analysis, I think I came up with I think somewhere between 20 to 25% not overcharge, but a premium paid for a short-term cost recovery
On a build to suit.
Yeah, rather than, the numbers would say it's 30.
Which Adele was not a build to suit, I don't think, was it?
Adele, no, that's a different principle that we were just responding to the suggestion that government leases are bulletproof. They're not. It's not for any other reason.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Ian. Mr. Neufeld, do you have rebuttal?
I've already gone over it. It's just the leases.
Okay,
You want me
That's
to, I
fine.
can show you the clauses.
no, it's fine.
Well, maybe I should show you one.
All right, if you like.
Do we have the rebuttal?
Yes, should be in a folder there, like a bubble in there.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you. I've got it now.
I'll show you the clauses in the parking rent. So the one marked executed lease. And it's page 15. Parking rent. And for the 12-month period following possession, $125. That's 2012. Clause B, for the balance of term, the market parking rent for each stall. And that was the subject of a challenge by WHA, and that's why the parking rent disappeared. I don't know the full details. I know I was consulted on it, and I knew that this dispute was going on, but the income is obviously not there anymore. The other part of that lease, which is somewhat interesting, is is the scope of work, and that begins on page mark page 1 here in the appendix, around page 45. There is a list of work that has to be done for the site, and I mentioned that was a build to suit, and there's the layout there, of course, showing it's not just the concept of being a cost recovery lease, but also there were non-realty items and build out in that the market would be super adequate to the market. And this is the one with the 20-year term. The other lease is marked. Sorry, I'm just looking for executed lease for 490 Hargrave. Oh, they're both called executed lease. Yeah, okay. And that's on page 24 of the lease. And it says the tenant shall have the right to use 22 parking stalls at no cost. That was the original 2001. So we had, we had these two separate leases. They were aligned in 2011 with common expiry dates. One being a build to suit cost recovery with a parking rent that disappeared, and the other having no parking rent at all. Written in 2001.
That is it, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, that's it.
Mr. Spacek, questions?
On that rebuttal, no, I'm good, thank you.
Panel members, either one of you?
No
question.
questions, thanks.
Nope, none, thank.
Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Mercury, summary, if you wish.
I'm leaving all the summary to Mr. Mercury. And I'm feeling a little bit ill right now, so I'm trying to keep my head together.
Mr. Mercury?
Yeah, I don't know that a summary is required at this point. I think Mr. Neufeld's gone through everything and I've highlighted all of the points that we want.
Thank you. I thank you, sir. Mr. Spacek, anything further?
I feel the same way, good to go.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Jason, if you don't mind. And all parties will take a 10-minute break. All right, we'll call the hearing back to order, and we're going to go to 615 St. Mary's Road. Mr. Assessor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're looking at file number 22-2474. This is roll number 0800052850. 615 St. Mary's Road, 2023 value of $389,000. This property is located just south of the corner of St. Mary's and St. Anne's, right beside a church, which is beside the birth center. You can see where it's located at the top of page 2. This is a house that is being used for office space. So we have it under the OFS category on page 4. You'll see the income workup. Again, total square footage of 1702. This is the first and second floor at 1,218 square feet with a market rent for OFS at 1,797. And then we have a substandard basement, 484 square feet at $4.23. Again, these are all our standard OFS parameters for this property: 6% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, $8 shortfall, and a 5.4% capitalization rate. This would get that total of $389,000. And again, since this is a house being used as an office, it is not, I'm not trying to say it is exactly the same as a single story or 2-story suburban office, but that is where these rents come from in the model. Again, these types of smaller properties that are used for office space, or, you know, a lot of similar on St. Mary's, you'll get a lot of like little dentist spaces for massage therapy, or little insurance places. They're often just bought and used, so there's not a good amount of net rents for, you know, this type of property. You know, it could be argued that another good approach would be the direct sales comparison, but again, time constraints, I was not able to look at similar types of sales and compare it to the square foot to get an overall square foot. So again, the model driven 389 is what we're looking at today. You'll notice that there is a mailer sent in on page 11. We have, again, I don't know if this is owner occupied or if it's this owner is grossly leasing this. It's reported as a gross rent to the property. So they're if you look at page if you look at page 11, that's the start of the mailer. They're declaring a rental income of $25,200, and then they're showing the property tax they're paying for a total NOI of the property of $18,966. And so our total potential rent is $23,000, and after expenses, we have an NOI of $21,000, which is, you know, above, which is just below what's being reported as a gross rent. But again, that's the information we were sent in, and there's no clarification on the actual tenant. And then there's nothing exciting on the COVID questionnaire starting on page 15. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Newfield, questions?
Sorry. You say on page 3 that there's no subject leases found, but of course on page 11 there is some leasing information, is there not?
Yeah, there's some sort of monthly rent and total property tax recovery being reported.
And on page just want to get the right page here. Page 11, the statement that's filled out, property owners Raldon Holdings, correct?
Yes, correct.
And they gave you a phone number on page 12.
Absolutely.
And you said there's no identification of tenant, but on page 13 it says G Pearl Financial.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you don't think that's enough information to determine that we have a tenant?
Well, I would just hate to say that it's unrelated and then it be told, hey, they are somehow related when I don't have a company search on it. So with compared to the ownership, so I can't confirm that. I would assume that it is a semi-gross or a gross lease, and then that is the tenant. But again, I was not able to confirm with a company search, if that makes sense to you.
Okay. Okay. Well, that I think that's a better way of phrasing it, that it's non-confirmed, not to say that it's not.
No, that's what I was trying to come across.
Okay, sorry. I just want to clarify that. Now, this cap rate of 5.4%, where does this come from? The model?
Yeah, it's just modeled for a smaller size with a, you know, an OFS built in 1946 with an effective year of 1988. So that's where that 5 point. It's the low end of the OFS scale.
And why
the OFS range?
One of the factors I heard several times, and you just mentioned it, was smaller size. What would that have to do with the cap rate?
It just, I find it tends to be a smaller size. We'll have a lower cap rate compared to say a 10,000, 15, 50,000. You'll notice the cap rate goes up from there as a basis.
In the model?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why wouldn't all properties be treated with a little bit more equity in terms of that? Like, has this been clearly researched?
Well, again, these
Size?
like I tried to make clear, and I will say it again, these converted houses or houses used as office space, very, you know, they're a small, very small portion of our portfolio, and calling it an OFS is probably not the most correct, but it's the closest to what we have, because there's not a lot of information on houses converted to office space.
Thank you. I think that's
You know,
a fair answer. That's all I have to ask.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan?
Yeah, there's just one clarity. I think the city says 0 parking in their assessment. The mailer says there is 4 spots.
Yeah, and so again, a property like this outside of downtown, they're clarifying there's 4 spots on the property, like in the back there, but again, no rent is, you know, we're not adding any value to that parking once we're outside of downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone?
Just with respect to the effective age of 1988 and the build age of 1946, do you know when this property was renovated or converted, I guess, to the office use?
I actually don't, sorry. I don't know when or what was done to bring that effective age up.
Okay, thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Spacek, was there permits taken out for the renovations? Do you know?
Sorry, I did have a sheet that showed, let me just see really quickly. The most recent one I have, I just have occupy only in 2004. So it was definitely, if there was any sort of permits, it was before then, and I don't have a record of them before 2004 there.
All right. And you haven't had a chance to
I've never been in it, no.
No. So you can't tell us whether the basement is leased out or.
Yeah, I can't tell you if it's 6-foot ceilings or 8-foot. I can't tell you, no.
Yeah. All right. I thank you. Mr. Newfield, your presentation.
Thank you. So in regard to the age and the effective year, it's a non-issue here because we do have a paid rent. But you know, you probably heard me dozens, maybe hundreds of times talk about this concept of effective year build being not reliable. In this case, I know that there was a lot of work done on the site because the owner is Raldon, which is Randall Homes. And they were originally, sorry, there's people yapping outside here. They were originally using this as their office. They converted an old house. And subsequently, they moved across the street to a purpose-built facility. And when that happened, they put it on the market and they leased it. So we have a paid rent in place. As to whether the basement's usable or not, I think that's irrelevant because we have a paid rent. And it's the entire building is being rented. I have been in the basement, and if I'm recalling correctly, it was an unfinished basement with a set of drums in the basement when I was in it. But it's, again, we're relying on the paid rent. So on my page 1, $18,997. It might be the main floor. It might be the basement. But it's the paid rent. And vacancy, we're looking at suburban. So we look now in this particular case, because we're well into the suburbs, the Johnson report again. We have the overall office rate is 9.9% for the city, and suburban is at 7%. And that's probably fairly accurate in terms of what happened during COVID, because it was the downtown and surrounding areas that lost space, less so the suburbs. But there's also a high degree of owner occupancy happening as well. So we've applied it at 8.45%. But again, this coincides with our own market activity. And I've personally been involved in several transactions of suburban office that occurred during COVID. It was an interesting phenomenon. It was just, it wasn't great performance, but it was better than downtown. But it's still 8.45% is reasonable. The non-recoverables, well, you know, we put in 5%, and all you have to do is look at their statement on the assessor's page 13. Okay, so they pay rent of $17,900, or well, actually 23,000, but that includes property taxes, insurance, and it says here hydro, water, sewer, heat. All we've taken off is the property taxes. So there's no question that there's a lot of non-recoverables on this site, and it's a standard amount, 5%, 2% exists. The NOI we have at 14,800, and I think that's very reasonable. As far as the cap rate's concerned, the concept of a smaller site getting a lower cap is theoretically false, because a smaller site should have a higher cap because they are higher risk. And what the confusion exists in the market is, what was the premise of the sale? If the premise of the sale was for a degree of owner occupancy, it was not a cap rate sale. If the premise of the sale was for an investment, it is. There are so few of these small operations, these small sites that are sold for their investment only. And if that's the case, you don't just say, well, we're going to look at sales of owner occupied properties because we think the cap should be lower. You're not applying the income approach then. And I don't disagree with the assessor's comments. Perhaps he should have looked at direct sales. If they want to change the model and look at it that way, that's not an unreasonable solution. But as it stands, we're left with the income approach, not some approach of income that's been modified on subjective basis. It must remain objective. And the issues with this building, of course, are the location for an office, a little office. I mean, for some users, it's fine. The assessor made a good point. There's the little offices for little users. It's no good for anybody else. You've wiped out 75% of the potential rental market with this type of product. Those users who are interested in it represent a very small amount, and therefore the bid price for rent becomes lower, not higher, because there are fewer users for the same site. It's not like an office strip where you can have 50,000 feet and you can redemise space as required for a particular tenant. It's a converted house. It's fixed. The other issues having to do with the building size, small is bad for investment. If you have, you know, something that's turning out $18,000 a year in income, and you got to file your tax return and pay an accountant $1,000 every year, that really cuts into your NOI. The fixed costs are killer on these properties, and that's what most people just fail to see, is the tremendous impact a fixed cost will make on a site. In the design layout, it's converted house, year built, quality and condition. We don't look at effective year built. We look at these factors: year built, quality and condition. And in terms of year built, can't change that. Lots of good work done on it. Still 1946 house. And our next property is the most interesting one you're ever going to see on this particular subject, but this is 1946. Quality and condition, I would tend to disagree. I think it's better than this. I've been in the house. This is done by the office, but they did come up with 7.69 or 7.7% and rounded down to 7.5. And I think that that's a fair compromise, that the condition is better than this, and those numbers should be improved, and they would indicate, you know, 7.5, maybe 7.45, but that's where this property should lie, and that's my presentation.
I thank you. Mr. Spotchuk, questions of Mr. Newfield?
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Duncan.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone.
And I have no questions.
Either party wants summation?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Newfield?
I guess not, no.
All right, let's go to the next one, which is the last one for you, Mr. Newfield, number 88 Adeline Street. So, Mr. Spacek, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you very much. We are looking at 88 Adelaide Street. This is file number 22-2496. We're looking at roll number 130610100000. We have a 2023 value of 442,000. Again, we have a originally built house in 1882, and we have a gross floor area of 3,295 square feet with a leasable area of 3,056. Again, on page 2, you can see, as Mr. Neufeld said, it is an interesting property. It is a old house, between office buildings in the Exchange. You can see exactly where it is located at the top of page 2, pretty much at the corner of Adelaide and McDermott, beside 321 McDermott Street. You can see it has a little small amount of parking on the side. Or no, sorry, it has no parking on this actual roll number. Ignore that. We have page 4 is the income workup for this little property. So we have 2,185 square feet across the first and second floor. This is 1408 a square foot, again with that OFS designation. So, not perfectly fitting for a subject of this type, but basement space of 3.75 for substandard basement. Vacancy lots 6%, expenses 3%, shortfall $8, and an overall capitalization rate of 7.55%. And sorry, I'm going to look at my picture again because I've confused myself. But there is 4 parking spots on this property, as I've had this one before. So we do have an income workup for those 4 parking stalls. So you'll see on page 4, on page 5, we have 4 stalls with a net rent for this area of $51.75, capped at 5% adds $50,000 to the value of this lot. And again, the exact same parking comparables on page 5. You'll see a range from as low as $38 up to $116. And on page 6, as I went over before, the OFS comparables, again, it's, I won't go in depth. We've went over them, but for this, we have a house being used with office space, and it's the closest thing we have for comparables, because actual small houses do not have, with the types of properties like this, do not have a ton of net rents in place to compare to. So we take the next best thing. And if you turn to page 12, we just have the mailer, so it is filled out with $4,100 of. We have $1 for rent income, $4,100 for the parking. We have some small recoveries on insurance and property tax recoveries for a total income of $5,000, $6,070 of income received, and then for expenses, there's just the property tax filled out. And again, we have a total leasable area filled out of 2,185, and then it says for outdoor parking, 2 stalls with a daily rate of $155 gross. So that is the information sent in. And then we have a censure. Sorry, I'm just going to my page 13. We have a censure venture. It's filled out as a tenant censure venture, lease in place from 2020 to 2024 for $1 rent. And I've just included 2 floor plans on page. So on page 14, you can see a better layout of the building. It has the main floor and the second floor plans, just to give you an idea of how the offices are laid out in there. And page 16 is just a side view of the property. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Mr. Newfield?
Yes, to your knowledge, do you know why the effective year is 1990 for original construction of 1882?
Yeah, I believe it was updated when the floor plans I've included, I believe, are from the renovation that was completed to kind of convert it into an office, more of an office space. And then once those were completed, the effective year was increased.
Do you know what elements were changed during the renovations?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. And you're aware then that the building is protected by heritage designation?
Yes, I am under that understanding.
And the rent that they're reporting, Did you investigate why there's a $1 rent?
You know what, I have reviewed it in the past as we've had this at case management and settled it, but I'm not too sure what the dollar lease is representing right now.
Okay, well, has the property been tested on the market, to your knowledge?
Like a recent sale, not from my understanding.
Put up for rent?
I'm not sure if it's been for lease and leased out or anything of it has changed.
Okay, so but essentially $3,300 in income is being generated from a site total. And the assessment department is indicating 34,000. So it's only a tenfold difference.
Yeah, from reported, absolutely.
From reported, yeah. Okay, but that didn't require. I mean, I'm not criticizing you for not looking at it further, but you didn't, did you?
No, again, this is a model derived based on these parameters, and it was not looked at in depth, and we don't necessarily just go in and just because it's receiving low at the time make an adjustment for that.
So I wasn't aware that you were involved with it in case management. And I'm not going to ask any questions on regarding to numbers, but did that meet a resolution?
Yes, we had this one, I believe, for the 2016, maybe again, it's a smaller one that's, not in the, as we have, you'll see some of these smaller properties, you try to fit them into an income approach is not necessarily the best. So sometimes, again, when they get appealed, they get looked at again. And, I believe it was 2016, we came to a resolution. I'm assuming on one like this, if we looked at it again and followed similar parameters, I wouldn't have an issue with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan, questions of the assessor?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone?
No questions, thank you.
Just offhand, Mr. Spychek, this is a heritage on the list?
Yeah, I'm not sure which part of the designation, if it's like exterior only or, how, I'm not sure its exact historical designation, but it has something.
Okay. All right. Mr. Newfield, your presentation.
Yes, thank you. So the building has had an interesting history. I'm not sure if we put the historical report in it. Yes, I see it. Wait a sec. Yes, it is. It's called the Kelly House. And I always find this interesting that this was the residence of the builder of the legislative grounds, who was later, I think he went to jail for embezzling funds for building the legislative building. So infamous, famous, just interesting. My client bought the house at a point in, I think the assessors got the date here, in 2000. And at the time it was in tremendous disrepair, and his motivation was demolition because he owns the properties all around and across the street. The owner is Richelieu Industries. So they have a loft warehouse building adjacent to this, some parking lots adjacent to it, and then their old sewing machine shop across the street, which is really not much use these days, but it's just part of their little economic campus. So it was hoped to be demolished for parking, and they made application for it, and it was in disrepair. So under the Heritage Act, it probably would qualify for demolition. But then there was intervention, and this time, instead of just saying no, the city put up money, and I have the budgets, and I put them in rebuttal, and I'll be corrected later, but I believe the amount the city put up was $350,000. And renovations ended up costing $500,000. These have nothing to do with market value. These are forced requirements. And the other interesting thing on this is I keep talking about effective years built, and you can't change the date because you got to change the frame and the foundation and everything. This one was done. It was a complete renovation. I think brand new poured foundation, brand new framing. I think the only element that survived were the exterior finish, the brick and the woodwork. It has a modern HVAC system. Like I said, a poured foundation. It's 1990 construction. No, I'm not disputing that at all. This is probably the only time I've seen where I wouldn't disagree with the change in the effective year build, because trim pieces count for nothing. But having said that, what happened after that was then putting it on the market. The first deal was, it sat vacant for quite some time, and then Center Venture, who had originally put up the funding, offered to rent it for $10 and subsequently sublet it to Cancer Care for $1. So that was their participation. When that lease expired and Cancer Care moved out, Center Venture took it over. And what ownership is getting out of this now is they're getting their $1 rent and they're getting their costs covered. And so at least they're not losing money on it, and their net gain on it is 4 parking stalls. And that's why that is a true number. That's the income they're generating. And it was exposed to the market for a lengthy amount of time. Seems like nobody wants an old house on Adelaide to rent as an office. In its infancy, that's right, there was an interim period. Skip the Dishes had it, but this was way a decade ago before they became big. What was renting the space? I think it was for a 1-year term. So our concept of looking at value on this was, either you look at it as is, or you put a potential rent on it for what office is getting around there. And that's what we did at $8. And you can see we have a number of rents on page 3, and they're towards the bottom of the page. There's some on Bannatyne and Arthur, and these are older buildings, $5.50 to $8. We just went to the top of the range for older historic listed buildings, even disregarding the good condition, because apparently no one's paying for the good condition, and it's the second floor. And also under the assumption that parking would be included. It's a higher revenue stream than they're actually getting. Hypothetically, 17,000 versus 3,000. In this case, we looked at it as a miscellaneous office, 14.6%, whereas total office 9.9%, putting it at 12%. There's no category that fits this. One could argue higher rates because of its what it is, because of its experience, and in terms of the market reporting, so that we get from the Johnson report. We decided to go with that because it is a printed, recognized source. And again, blending the two rates as we always do, because that's to avoid sample size bias. And after that, non-recoverables, well, non-recoverables are monumental, but that's what they we're putting in hypothetical amount again. It's much higher than $767, and the shortfall is just our calculation of what it would be with the as it sits, which, and it doesn't differ much from what the assessor has. We're at $830 and they're at $8. We always like to look at actual NOI at 12,000, and the cap. First of all, even though it has essentially a 1990 house, it's still a risky proposition, and because we have years and years of poor operational performance, we know it's a bad investment. And so a lot of this is just a way that we're reasoning out all those bad things, which are the history of the house. It's got a heritage designation with it, which means you're stuck with the highest and best use. The highest and best use is not an office, a little $12,000 income from an office. It's parking, and because that's what they need right now in this particular area. But it's stuck. And location, again, it's not good. Site size is small. It's a little lot. Now adjoined with the owner's other lots, and he owns the ones that are both south and north of it. On assemblage, it would be a good thing, but assemblage is not taxable. But that was his motivation for buying it. He could assemble it with his other lots and get a greater yield for all 3 lots combined. That just didn't work out. Now, year built rather critical. I already told you, I agree 1990, still putting 1882. I didn't prepare this report, but that might be something we would revisit. But I think we would probably look at the other on the house as well. In my mind, it was never going to be higher, lower than 10%. There's no income growth potential, which is the key. Where we marked it 7 out of 10, I would mark it 0 out of 10. It's not going anywhere. So these 23 points are very difficult to apply to a converted 100-year-old house that's being put under a use, forced to be under a use that is not its the real estate is not its potential. It's blocked, it's locked, and that's why 10%. And I have some rebuttal information, and I know we're not supposed to talk about previous year's assessments, but this has been a very difficult one where people put their blinders on. Last year, you can note that it was 136,000, and that was a very fair number. This year we put 120. Arguably, it could be $1 or $2 higher, because this isn't in no sense would this be a tight, accurate calculation with a property like this. Yeah, you could see a 10% variance in value easily, where you normally we try to target much tighter numbers. That's it for my presentation.
I thank you, sir. Mr. Spacek, questions of Mr. Neufeld?
So does that include your rebuttal as well for presentation? You just do it all once?
No, it doesn't. There was limited information in the rebuttal, just you know, the background on the house. I guess I think I already talked about it. The rebuttal talks about the costs and the process, and I spoke to that verbally. The rebuttal talked about what you brought out, was that there was a settlement in 2016, and without looking at the number, there was a substantial change in it. If one was looking at the history of the assessments, it's a strange building, and that's that's really all I was supplying, making sure that at least it was out there. So not,
Okay.
I don't need to refer to it.
Okay, so just so I understand, I did the COA on this one for
Right.
case management with Ayrton. This is 2016 value you've included for so we went back 204,000, correct?
Yeah.
And that's settlement purposes. We come to an agreement.
Well, sure, it's settlement, and the reason we settled is because we had just got the decision at 136,000 for 2020.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were not out. You know, a settlement like this is never going to be really accurate. It was just, you know, this thing started off at 400,000, like, and now it's back up to 400,000. It's like not a rifle approach, it's a shotgun. We just want to get close.
Yeah, and you appealed this decision at 303, and then we settled at 200. So I was just making, you included it. I wanted to speak to it. Again, I think if we had time, you know, you look at that 204, you look at what we have it at now. I think we would come to an agreement in the end anyway. So
yeah, I think so.
I have no more questions.
Yeah, no, I think so. I agree with you. I think this one leads to resolution later, but maybe the board will fix it for us.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I have no more questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan?
Just a couple. So the costs are being covered by the 4 parking stalls, like that's why there's neutral cost. Is that accurate?
No, I believe the center venture agreement, let me just look at this document again, because it's been a while since I read this. Yeah, I believe that Center Venture is picking up the a portion of the tax recoveries, and I'm just looking at the assessor's page 12. So they're picking up $1,136 on property tax recoveries, and for last year, that tax load was about $3,200. Oh no, that's right there, 2281. I don't even have to look. Yeah. So Center Venture is picking up a chunk of the recoveries. That's the 1136, half of it, and it looks like they're picking up insurance and the utilities on their own space.
Hey, Center Venture, sorry, I'm not familiar with that. What's Center Venture?
They're city of Winnipeg. I think you call it a crown corporation. They act independently, and they get funding from a couple levels of government. And what they do is they take properties that are sometimes they go out and get private properties, but mostly they take city surplus properties and they try to find users for them. Especially in the downtown area, they work with helping people get credits for the renovation tax credit for historical houses, which is an incremental tax increase amount. This property, by the way, did not qualify for it because the city paid the majority of the costs. We're gonna we like if there's an old loft warehouse building in downtown Winnipeg, Center Venture will likely be involved. They would have picked it up at tax sale, or the city picks it up at tax sale, transfers it to Center Venture for $10. Center Venture goes and looks for partners who will redevelop the project and then get them the grants and help them with the grants and try to get the properties back on the tax roll and back in production. The Avenue building is one of the properties, for example. They picked up for $10, sold it to the owner for $10, helped them with his heritage tax credit, and now it's an apartment.
Is there a finite term for which they would continue to do that with the grants?
Well, the grants are a third party thing. There's two types of grants. There's a private foundation that has smaller grants, and then there's the city's I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's a heritage tax credit where you take a heritage building and your incremental taxes are forgiven for a certain amount of money. They would set the number in advance, and then no taxes until that amount was gobbled up. And if you and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm thinking that in one building I was looking at, the capital costs of changing were about $6 million. So they got a heritage tax credit of about I think it was $1 million. So the taxes went up to $200,000 a year or something like that. So it took 5 years of free taxes, and then they went to it was gone, and then they were fully taxable. So that's that's the major program they help administer and get people involved with.
But it doesn't have an end date necessarily.
Well, end date for you mean they're $1?
Support.
Pardon me, for
A date for the support that Center Ventures is providing. Is it like only going to last 5 years, 50 years?
Oh, there's no more support from Center Venture. I mean, what they're working with Center Venture now is they're an interim tenant who are covering the utility costs until such time as I think they're on a no notice clause. So if they do manage to find a tenant, they just turf Center Venture and find someone who pays more.
Okay.
And it's not support. Well, it's like just covering costs.
Okay. No, that's good. My other question is, you had mentioned you thought under the Heritage Act it probably could be demolished, and I understand there's been a lot of money into it to improve and build a new foundation and such. But if it's not has no revenue generating value, why would the owner not consider pursuing that and changing it into the parking lot that you mentioned would be much more beneficial to their area of investment right there?
Oh, no, sorry, I think that demolition was the early take on it. That was before the work was done. The Heritage Conservation Act allows demolition if the building is in such a bad state of repair as to make it uneconomical. And that's what the owner made his purchase decision on, that the belief it could be demolished. He applied for his demolition permit, and then then historical came in and blocked it, and he says, well, it's way beyond repair. And then the city came up with 250,000 and then another 100,000 later to fix it. Once that money was spent, it will never get demolished under our current legislation.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I thank you. Mr. Mahone?
No questions, thank you.
I just got a few questions. Mr. Newfield, this has got a one heck of a history in regards to what is exactly going on. But going back just a little, the owner purchased this, I think you had said in 2000, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he couldn't do what he wanted to do, etc. But what is the total amount of money that has been put into this? No cost to the owner, but you had talked about a new foundation and some other things. So what, do you have a dollar figure in regards to?
Yeah, I do. I gotta look this up. And because I was just going from memory here, I had presented this in the past. Okay, so Kelly House. The construction budget was originally 450,000. Now, of that, there was a contribution from the city, an initial contribution of 250, and then when costs rose, they kicked in another 100, and I think the total number was 550 spent. So that would be 350, but from the city, and 200 by the owner.
Oh, so the owner kicked in 200.
Correct. Roughly, yeah.
Roughly, okay. So, but you have a total, I'll call it renovations of $550,000.
Right.
But if the owner wanted to sell this building, he's stuck in there for 200,000.
Well, he's stuck for what rent it could generate today, which is
Yeah,
$1.
but you know, you want to recover your capital.
You know, no, I mean, that ship sailed. He's not going to ever recover it. He's done. It was a very disappointing thing. His risk was 40 grand, 45 grand. That was a reasonable risk. Now you're into it where you know, his options at the time were extremely limited. The problem with our heritage credit and our whole heritage program is that it's not it's I've appeared before the committee numerous times, including his building across the street. Their powers are incredible at freezing any sort of change or demolition, even when a building is no longer productive. It gets frozen. So if you're holding a heritage building, you know, it's just a poor investment, period. This one is no different from that. It just had more work done on it. They're building across the streets. It's a joke what they did to it. 1953 construction. I appeared before committee And I said, what, why are you preserving this building? Are you trying to preserve Cold War cement construction? Does that deserve a heritage protection? But other cities, they pay for it. They want to preserve it, they'll pay the money, they understand it. You got to pay for the preservation. Here, it's forced upon the owner. At the time, this is all you could do.
So, Mr. Newfield, your valuation is for the subject is 120,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Summation, either party?
I'm fine with that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Newfield?
I think, again, I hope that there's no doubt that cost does not equal value. This is an anomaly in the marketplace, and it's wonderful. The look has been preserved, even though it's a brand new house underneath. It's like the Red River College facade. But our task here is it's failed in the marketplace, no matter how much money's been spent. So we need a fair number. Thank you.
Mr. Newfield, thank you for
Mr.
your.
Newfield, you are cutting.
I'm sorry?
You're cutting out.
Oh, I'm cutting out.
I was just repeating myself, so probably didn't miss anything.
Mr. Newfield, thank you very much for your presentations this morning and this afternoon, and results very soon. So have a pleasant day.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Secretary, we'll have Trevor Smith sworn in, and then we'll deal with his two properties.
Just a moment while I bring him in.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, could I take a quick a little break before we start this one?
absolutely. How about 5?
you. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll extend my parking now then.
Okay, we'll call the hearing back to order, and we're going to have Mr. Trevor Smith sworn in, and we're going to go to 115 Bannatyne. So, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Trevor Smith.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, thank you for your patience.
No problem,
You've
Mr.
been
Mayor.
waiting there. You've been waiting there a long time. You've been growing a beard. Anyways, Mr. Spacek, take us through 115 Bannatyne Avenue. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're at file number 22-2841. We have roll number 130960430000. We have 115 Bannatyne Avenue with a 2023 value of $6,280,000. We have excuse me, we have a gross floor area of 58,354 and a leasable area in this building, or these two buildings, of 39,217. You can see that originally built in 1899, and then a second, I don't want to say addition, but the second portion of the building built after, and then effective year has been upgraded to 1969. You can see from page 2 where it's located at the top right, the corner of Waterfront and Bannatyne. You can see it's a little bit of an odd shaped lot, getting smaller to one side towards the river, and you can see on the bottom of page 2 a street view of this building. So one side view is higher than the other, and you'll notice that on page 4, if you scroll down, we have a workup for the whole building. So we have the 39,216 square feet I talked about, and this is split up across 6 different premises. You see a range of areas. You have 19,119 at 1339. You have a 12,000 square foot unit at 1377. You have a smaller unit of 959 at $1,648 a square foot. And for the rest of the building, you'll notice that the range through the whole building is 1339 on the low end, and at the high end is 1713. But across this whole leasable area and following the rest of our OFC parameters, we have 12% vacancy loss for OFCs this cycle. We have 3% expenses. That hasn't changed for any of the income producing properties. And then we have a $10 shortfall for this property type. But the overall capitalization rate for this property is 7.2%, and you get a total value of $5,814,000 for the building itself. You'll see for this building on page 5 and page 6, we've included a range of downtown OFC comparables and some outside of downtown as well. Just our trying to find comparable properties. Again, super large, like we're looking at 39,000 leasable square feet. You'll see some of the larger buildings on this is, for example, comparable 25 is 825 Sherbrooke. So this is off of Portage. We have a 2019 lease at comparable 25. It's 31,000 square feet at $15 a square foot. You'll see comparable 32,777 Portage. This is a larger OFC on Portage at 39,000 square feet, and it has a lease in place for 1772 a square foot. And then there's a wide range for the OFCs. You'll see a lot of the smaller ones on our low end. Even for our range, we have minimum $7 and then maximum $19. So there is a range for these properties, but before I get more into the rent, I just wanted to turn to page 7. You'll see that there's also parking on this property. So there's 19 stalls associated with this lot, and they get a net rate for 2023 in the exchange at $92 a square foot. And we get an overall capitalization rate of 4.5%. So again, parking is a premium as it can be for this area, and the lower cap rate represents that. But the total value given to this parking spots is $466,000. Underneath that, I've included comparable parking lots to show that $92 makes sense. So we have a range in the actual exchange. You can see property at 211 McDermott. You have 30 stalls, and it's stabilized NOI is $79 a stall. So we're using 92, 211 McDermott, 79 is what's actual being recovered. If you go to 129 McDermott, there's 116 stalls there, and it's making $90. So very similar to our subject property. 124 is comparable 3, and 127 Bannatyne. This has over 100 stalls between the two of them, but there's a range of $91 to $103 per stall received net. And again, we have more comparables in the exchange that are within those ranges. But our overall mean for the parking lots in the exchange is $96 a square foot, and our property is at 92. Again, these are all model driven rates. And the only other thing included with this property is you'll notice they did send in their income and expense mailer. You can see that the actual rents in place range in this property. So if you go down a large portion of this building on page 22, if everyone could go there, you'll just see that we have a range of $12 rent. So like unit 102 has an override rent for $12 a square foot. And then there's Online Enterprise has 18,062 square feet throughout the building, and that has a overall it looks like rent of $12 a square foot as it shows in unit 102. And then there's some other units in the building that I couldn't break out the actual we have. So if we go to page 23, you'll see the second unit there, floor 3, unit 319, number 10 management. They have a lease in place for $7 a square foot. And then unit 401 is being rented out at $850 a square foot. And those are some of the smaller units in the, number 10 management has 12,666 square feet at that $7 rent. So again, that's even below our lowest in the range for OFC comparables downtown. And yeah, that's all the net rents that I could see being reported. But if you have any questions on this one, please let me know. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to start with, for the two properties that we have here today, given caseload at the city, I imagine you haven't had opportunity to inspect either property?
I haven't been in this one in a while. No, I didn't inspect for this this hearing.
Okay. And the subject property originally being constructed in 1899 for the first building, and the second one being, well, I don't have the actual date for the second portion of it, but it was back in that time frame as well, I believe, or close to it. That would classify this essentially as a heritage office building, would it not?
It's an older building for sure. I don't know its heritage status, but I'm sure it has it.
Right. Just thinking within the market in general, if we were office tenants or purchasers and we were looking at it, this would not be a modern office building. It would be a heritage office building.
Yeah, it all depends what they do inside, right? Like if they keep the facade nice on the outside, but they can renovate the inside, it depends how the inside is, really.
Okay, so flipping forward then to your page number 5. I went through the lease comparables here to identify properties that that would be considered heritage properties, that being of a similar vintage. The vast majority of these would be more modern office buildings. Is that fair to say?
Like actual age built compared to this actual age built?
Yes.
You mean like comparing the two?
Built, yes. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, yeah, it depends when they're built for sure.
Okay, so in when I go through these, your comparable number 11, 428 Portage Avenue. So that would be the Power building built adjacent to the Hudson Bay Company building. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, very true.
Okay, and that would have a construction date of 1928, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the lease rate there I see is $9.60 a square foot.
For one unit within that building, yes. For unit 204.
Okay. When I skip down 332 Bannatyne, built in 1910, also a heritage office building.
Very true.
Lease rate there of $11.02 a square foot.
Yes, that's for 5th floor unit for 6,000 square feet.
Okay. So full floor, similar to some of the units in the subject property then?
Yeah.
All right. 65 Rory, built in 1928. This is comp 2940, and I think there might be, I think that's it for that one. Built in 1928. Just looking at 29 and 40 there. So we have rates of $12.50 for 5,000 and 16,000 square feet. So full floor tenancies or larger tenancies similar to the subject.
Yeah, comparable 29 is unit 201, and then comparable 40 is unit 303. So 2nd and 3rd floor space in those buildings.
Okay, and that building has a significant parking lot attached to it, and modern modern elevator, etc. I believe it's a more updated heritage building than the subject.
Yeah, it's I believe it has like a club on the main floor, right? That's 65 Rory.
That's the one. Yeah. Kind
Yeah.
of just down the block from where the subject is.
Yeah, it's had renovations over the years and has like added floors on it now.
All right. Then moving on to page 6. So 136 Market Avenue. This is again in the same area. Unfortunately, I don't have the date of that. That would also be a heritage office building.
I believe it. Sure.
Okay. $7. We're looking at comps 41 and 42 here, and 49. I guess we're looking at comps of $7 a square foot, and $11.50 at the high end. Correct for that one?
Yeah, I believe the main floor has a lease there for $13.50 as well, but I believe it's often a restaurant.
Right. Now, is that the 15,606 square feet? I believe Skip the Dishes was in that space, were they not?
Yeah, that sounds right. They've had leases throughout the exchange district.
Okay, so be fair to say that investment in that space would probably be of a higher end.
Yeah, I mean, they were tenanted across. They were in 65 Rory as well. They've had a bunch of spaces across the exchange over the years.
Okay, and then just in relation to leasing as of the valuation date, so in the COVID time frame, I saw that comps 13 and comp number 3 were for 491 Portage Avenue, which is not a heritage office building. I believe that's the Rice Financial Building by the University of Winnipeg. Is that?
Yeah, mostly it's almost all education now. It's mostly University of Winnipeg, University of Brandon, university affiliated leases.
Okay, so we have a lease comp number 13 at April 1st of 2020. So really at the absolute beginning of COVID. So that lease would have been struck prior to that time frame. With a lease rate of $12.50 a square foot. That's for comp 13. And when we move later on in the year, that's for 4,408 square feet. When we move up to comp number 3 and move forward in the COVID timeframe, so September of 2020, 6,466 square feet. Lease rate struck there is $9 a square foot. Is that a fair commentary with regard to the impact of COVID and demand in that time frame on lease rates?
So I've had 491 Portage numerous times in appeal. It's a large building, like you know, there's lots of $9 and $8 rents, I would say, in that building before COVID as well. I can't say directly COVID is the reason. There's a lot of lower rents in that building.
Okay.
Just the way the layout is, like, this is an 8th floor lease, you know, for $9. Again, I'll admit there's lower leases in that building. I can't confirm that it's because of COVID that one lease was lower.
Okay, fair enough. So in looking at the heritage the heritage office buildings that I was pointing out there, they're generally indicating lower rental rates. Would that be a fair comment?
Yep, I would not disagree. There's a range there that has been shown in the exchange with heritage buildings.
Okay. And I guess my last questions regarding the parking. So the subject property is on a single title, correct?
Yeah, just one title.
So the parking lot area would form part of that title. Then it's not on.
Yeah, it's not separate. It's not replotted separately or split under two titles or anything.
Within obviously one roll number as we're appealing it here today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the projected rent 92 is based on that model information.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so as it stands, the subject property couldn't legally be sold as a separate property as it forms part of the whole, correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to get it if you wanted to try to sell it separately. You would have to make some changes.
Okay, those are all of my questions, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan?
No questions, thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Mahone?
Yes, just a couple. I know we went through this in some of the other buildings, but why is the parking, the 19 stalls, being valued separately with a separate cap rate, the capitalization rate of 4.5%, as opposed to it all being part and parcel of the same building, 115 Valentine?
Yeah, so in our downtown and exchange for parking lots, because they do generate revenue on their own, whether they're associated with the building or not. And then the way we do our market evaluations for these parking lots is, you know, a lot of them are standalone and we don't have a separate one when it's attached to the building. It's that same, you know, we believe there's still that same value in having the parking, and there's very low risk in that having that parking lot associated to the building, because even you'll notice lots of those, all these parking lots in the exchange, especially the comparables, they're, even when they're not being used for daytime parking outside, like they're still an evening use for parking if it's not a 24-hour lot. So again, we, you know, the building having a separate cap rate is because we have them on two different income streams. That's the way we do it, and that's the reasoning for it.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
I thank you. Mr. Spacek, I note that the last assessment appeal, which is the 2020, there was a ruling by the Board of Revision, but it now sits at the municipal board. So who took that to the municipal board? Do you know? Offhand?
I would just have to look quickly. I know there's a municipal board on it. I believe we took it.
Okay.
But it would take me a second to confirm.
Yeah,
115.
that's fine.
I have
Yeah.
notes here for everything.
Yeah.
Just gotta find the right page.
Offhand, I would say probably the city.
2020.
No.
Sorry, so 2020 we have Mr. Smith, Stevenson Advisors. Or no, withdrawn. Sorry, I'm trying to see this.
No.
No, see, I'm showing 115 Bannatyne appeals. I am showing, and Trevor can interrupt here. I'm just showing. I have 2020 Stevenson withdrawn. What's it
No.
currently at?
No, that's not.
That's just
quite
coming up
accurate.
wrong.
There were a number of appeals from before 2016 was withdrawn. That's prior to this time frame. We appealed the 2020 decision.
Okay, I just want to do one more look here while we're talking about this, so I know. Because I'm wondering why that one's coming up.
So, Mr. Smith, what you're saying is that you guys, your company, took the Board of Revision's appeal to the municipal board?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
See, I have status withdrawn for the Stevenson one. That's weird.
Okay.
For 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good enough, Mr. Spacek.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can confirm that it's absolutely not withdrawn. I've had a lot of administrative issues, we'll call them, with the municipal board with regard to representation, etc. That's all been taken care of, and the appeal is going forward. So it's
great.
It's not withdrawn.
All right. Mr. Smith, your presentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subject property is a heritage office building, as you can see from the cover page of my brief there. It's essentially two buildings that were built at different time frames. The original building being the easternmost one was built in 1899. That's the three-story building, obviously warehouse back in that time frame. And the further building, I unfortunately was not able to confirm the date of that, but we have an effective age of 1925. I think the newer building was built in 1925. The history of the building, or a bit further information, is there for you on page number 3. As you'd indicated, the 2020 assessment was reduced slightly from 5.8 million to 5.5 million, essentially rounded. We've appealed this decision to the municipal board. As you can see, the appeal in 2018 was reduced from over 4.8 million to 4.1 million at that time frame. The subject property site area, we're looking at just under 18,000 square feet, and we have a total leasable area according to the leasing leases for the property of 39,501 square feet. Now, being an older building, there are some issues with it, and you have two structures that are being merged into one, essentially, to form one economic unit. There's a single elevator that serves both buildings from the 1970s. Foundation issues, subject property is masonry basement walls with cast in place concrete slab on grade. There has been differential settling in the foundation with monitoring and underpinning that's been required in recent years. That's an ongoing issue. There are additional steel supports that have had to be added as well. That's all contained in the building improvement description there. If you move forward into my page number 4, there's further description with regard to the structure itself. And again, we refer to the monitoring of the settling of the structure. It's also classified as a grade 2 heritage structure under the historical buildings bylaw at this time frame. So this is intended to preserve certain elements of the interior and exterior portions of historic buildings. So what that essentially does is it limits the property owner's ability to make some changes within the building to do some modernization, etc. Description of the interior is there for you. It varies from floor to floor, tenant to tenant. We can go through the photos quickly here. Beginning on page number 5, some of the exterior, one of the parking lots. I can confirm there are 19 units there. Then we move into the building itself, page 6. That is the basement level. And then we get into some of the units themselves. So you can see the varying degrees of build out, post and beam for the most part in terms of the structure. And that is it for our photos. The site is shown on my page number 10. Obviously very limited on-site parking, 19 total units. And I can confirm that those units are dedicated to use by the tenants of the building during regular office hours. They are made available for additional parking in after hours and on weekends, but the actual revenue that they generate from that is fairly minimal, and we'll get to that during our valuation as well. The property location, obviously in the East Exchange, shown on my page number 11. Let's move forward into the valuation itself. So we have a couple of main tenancies in this property that have a significant portion of the building. If you jump forward, either in my brief or in the City of Winnipeg's brief to the addenda where the rent rolls are shown, this will clarify some of this. It starts on page A3 of my addenda. I'm not sure what the city's brief shows. I have summarized the in-place leases for the subject property on my page number 14. This is each of the individual spaces. I will point out one tenancy, this being Online Enterprises, has a total leasable area of 18,082 square feet spread out over a number of spaces and floors. This is a lease running for 5 years from July 2020 through 2025. And that's leased at a rate of $12 per square foot. So we're looking at 18,000 square feet out of 39,000, almost 50% of the building for that particular tenant. Second tenant also having a significant amount of space, being number 10 architectural, having a total leasable area of 12,666 square feet, again, over numerous units. That's starting in 2018, running for a period of 10 years at a net rental rate of $7 per square foot. So that lease rate carries forward, pardon me, be well beyond the valuation date of April 1, 2021, as does the $12 per square foot. Pardon me. Still dealing with my cold here. The remainder of the leases, as you can see, are either $12 or under for the most part. We have $9 a square foot for a tenant on the 4th floor, 926 square feet, $7. Pardon me. 2 units that have a slightly higher rate at $12.64. So when you take the total net revenue divided by the leasable area, our average is $10.42 per square foot net for the subject property as of the valuation date. And when you look closely again at the lease dates, July 2020 and April 2018, and the fact that those leases carry forward for considerable amount of time, you're looking at rates that are pretty set in stone. These aren't changing anytime soon. There's no potential upside as of May 1st, 2022, where tenants are vacating, and you can potentially increase rents if that were possible during that time frame. These rates are set in the leases, and they carry forward well beyond the valuation date. So let's look at the market and see if these are fair. So what I've done on my page number 15 is look at other comparable heritage office properties in the Winnipeg market and see what lease rates are in those particular properties. So numbers 1 and 2, 167 Lombard, this being the grain exchange building. We have leases there in 2021 and 2020 for 7,000 and 4,000 square feet at rates of $9 and $11.50 a square foot. This is just around the corner from the subject property. I'm sure we're all aware of where the grain exchange building is. There are also long-term leases of 5 and 10 years, that property being built in 1906. 332 Bannatyne, this might actually be the same comp that the city had, $11.30 a square foot for significant amount of space, 6,300 square feet, similar to the full floors of the subject. For a 2019 lease, 5-year term, built in 1910. We can run through these one by one. I'll try and summarize somewhat. What I have done is provide you with photos and a map to indicate the location of each of these properties to give you an indication of their comparability to the subject. 213 Notre Dame, I will point out. So this would be kind of the high watermark of rental rates that we're seeing for heritage office buildings. This is located immediately beside the 201 Portage, Class A office building on the corner of Portage and Main. Formal title is the Electric Railway Building. It's owned by, may still be owned by TELUS out of Alberta. The lease rate that we had there as of 2019 was $23 gross for a 4,000 square foot unit over a 10-year term. Now, That building is essentially forms part of the complex almost with 201 Portage, obviously different building, very different clientele, but you're as front and center to center ice as you can be, essentially in that location. Operating costs there would be in the 11 plus range. So your net rates would bring that down into 11, 12, $10 per square foot as far as net effective rates. 230 Princess, a little further away, 1432 gross. We'll put a lot of reliance on that. 93 Lombard. This is a superior building in some ways to the subject. We have a 1350 rate for that particular unit. And jumping down a bit here, we have a lease at 35 King. I'll take you there. It is shown on my page number 24. So this building being built in 1930. The property was leased in the COVID timeframe, so in the fall of 2020. The building there was struggling due to the timing of their tenants vacating the property, and obviously due to the COVID time period in the fall of 2020. They were struggling to get any interest whatsoever in their property. They were able to do a lease of 3,400 square feet where they're not receiving any net rent. They're simply having their operating costs covered for that particular property, for that particular unit. They had significant additional vacancy beyond that, and they're simply looking to not bleed as much money as they were during that COVID timeframe. So what that tells you is that as of that April 1, 2021 timeframe, there was exceptionally little office leasing that was being done on the market, and deals that were being done at significantly reduced lease rates. So that would also provide support for the rents that we're seeing in place at the subject property, such as the $7 per square foot. In addition, if you look at the top two rents in the grain exchange building, they were done in 2020 and 2021, and they're at $9.1150 per square foot. Again, more support for the in-place rents for the subject property. If we skip back briefly to the City of Winnipeg's brief on page 5, as I pointed out, we saw a drop in the rate over the COVID time period in that property, 491 Portage, comps 13 and comp 3, from $12.50 to a $9 rate. Now, there can be other complications there, obviously, and it's not the exact same unit, but it does speak in general to the demand for office space in that time frame, and the appropriate rental rates that were being charged on the market. The last one that I will point out to you is my comp number 8 on my page 15. This is 211 Bannatyne. It is the J.H. Ashdown store, originally built in 1905. We're looking at a six-story structure, and we have a 2017 lease there at a rate of $10 per square foot for over 4,000 square feet. On a 15-year time frame with some step-ups, I would assume, over that time frame. The property there is shown on my page 23. We probably all recognize this one. McKim Communications, sign being on the front on the corner of Bannatyne and and Main Street. So $10 per square foot there for, again, a significant amount of space in arguably certainly a superior building to the subject. Moving forward to page 25, I've given you the market publications simply for background, not putting a lot of reliance necessarily on these, as they're not speaking specifically to heritage properties, but it helps you frame the subject property. If we look at my comparables, the city's comparables, in relation to the in-place rents and the time periods again of the in-place rents, I certainly believe that the in-place rental rates are indicative of fair market rental rates for the property. If you were an investor on the market and you had these rates extending forward beyond the valuation date, pardon me, for a considerable period of time, that is what you would base your purchase on, not a projected lift in rates that you're not going to receive for 5 or 10 years. So all that being said, we're relying on the in-place rental rates as being fair representation of market rental rates. Now, moving on to the parking, the leasing for the property obviously dictates that the tenants have essentially all of that parking lot during office hours. It's leased out exclusively to them. After hours, there is availability of that parking lot for public rental, but it brings in very limited amount of additional revenue beyond what one would get over the day, the monthly rate that is charged. So the parking revenue for the subject we have included in our valuation. Now I'll get to capitalization rate in that, but it's not a separate parking lot. It's not separately titled. You can't sell it as is without splitting it off legally from the existing building. And the property owner would never do that, as the leases that are in place are such that the tenants have access to that parking lot. It's an amenity to them. You always want parking available for your tenants. It doesn't add additional value to your property. It confirms the value that you have in place by being able to provide them parking on site. Tenants don't go to buildings as readily that don't have parking. So in no sense would this parking area ever trade as a standalone parking lot. It can't be valued as such. It's part of the economic whole of the investment, and the same capitalization rate applied to the whole property is applicable to the parking area as well. And that is how we've treated it in our valuation. Pardon me. There is some storage revenue, which is also collected by the subject property, as noted on my page 25. And we do include this in our valuation for the property. So let's skip forward to expenses, my page 26. You've probably all seen this before. This is numerous sources of vacancy rates. We have three market brokerages, Cushman Wakefield, Colliers, and Capital, providing their background on vacancy rates for office, as well as the Johnson report. So The subject property is a heritage office, so it doesn't have a specific category for that, obviously. So we will look at the next best thing, that being Class C downtown office. Cushman is indicating 13.3% in their study as of the valuation date, and Collier's is indicating 17.8%. While the Johnson report is indicating 19.5%. Not that I would average these, but if you were to average them, it would come out somewhere over 16%. Now, having said that, the subject property has two significant tenants that occupy a significant amount of the building over a time over lease periods that extend well beyond the valuation date. They're fairly solid tenancies, not that something can't happen there, but that does certainly lower the vacancy risk for the subject property. As I believe our last appellant indicated, we have to take into account the overall valuation when we're valuing these. So in this instance, I don't feel that it would be appropriate to apply a 15% vacancy rate or 16%. We have reduced our vacancy expense to 6% in our valuation. Now, that's not to ignore the potential for vacancy and obviously the other components of capitalization risk, and we do take that into account in the cap rate that is selected for the subject property. Let's move on to the expense allowance. I will not bog down our time here with discussion of this. Each of you have heard our discussion on this numerous times, I'm sure. We apply the overall 7% non-recoverable allowance. If I could, I would direct the panel's attention to my addenda page A-2. So that would, in PDF form, I guess that would be 36. And as you can see, it outlines the non-recoverable expenses towards the bottom of that page, total of 509,000 plus square feet, or $509,479. We deduct obviously mortgage payment from that. I've also taken out the management fees to the owner specifically, and we come down to an overall non-recoverable expense of $132,754. Now, if you were to, as we're supposed to, divide this by the effective gross income, this gives you an amount of 34%. Now, we're not suggesting that non-recoverable expenses are 34% every year, nor should one look at it in a single year and not over a time span. But it does give you an indication that non-recoverable expenses are a significant factor and should be taken into account in the valuation. So that provides you additional support for that component of the valuation. Moving forward, my page number 27, shortfall. Operating expenses for the property came to $8.86 per square foot for the 2020 year end. We're utilizing a shortfall allowance of $8.50 in our valuation for the subject, based on that that evidence. I apologize for my issues with my cough here. I did take the cold medication, but it seems to be wearing off at the moment. So My apologies for that. So let's move forward to capitalization, page number 28. I've given you essentially two components here. One is a snapshot of what the major commercial real estate brokerages are indicating capitalization rates for investment grade properties are in the relevant time frame. That's shown at the top of the page. None of these are for Class C properties. If you look at CBD Class B properties, Cushman is indicating between 6.5% and 7%. Colliers between 6% and 6.75%, with the additional 0.25% that needs to be added to the Colliers rates for their inclusion of closing costs in their calculations. And then finally, we have 6.5% to 7% for CB Richard Ellis. Now, again, this is not a Class B property. It would be at best a Class C property, and is essentially a heritage office property with the issues that go along with that. So what would those issues be? If you look at my page number 28, subject properties inferior to a typical Class A and B property in terms of A, location, the floor plan / layout. Again, we have two merged buildings here with a significant amount of common area. Age, obviously, 1899 plus the addition. Condition, obviously, we have the issues regarding settlement, and it is a post and brick and beam building versus modern construction. And then, of course, construction quality and the efficiencies that that drives in terms of expenses, comfort, etc. Going along with that would be amenities such as available parking. We have a total of 19 stalls for a property that would need significantly more parking than that. As I've already noted, in accordance with standard appraisal theory, a single cap rate should be applied to the entire property, that being the building, as well as the parking. So both sources of revenue for the subject. We have provided our own capitalization rate study at the bottom of page 28 with photos to follow. These are of investment office properties, generally in the downtown, not all of them, as close as possible to the valuation date as could be determined. What this does point out when you look at the chart is that there were exceptionally few sales in the time period leading up to the start of COVID in 2020, and then sales of properties essentially stopped. There were no further transactions over that 2020 through 2021 period. Investors obviously got extremely cautious over placing their money in that time frame. Lenders equally were extremely cautious about lending on properties, and existing property owners were not their property to market in a time frame where they would be quite likely to achieve less than they would in a more normal investment climate. So looking at our cap rates at the bottom of page 28, we have caps ranging from a low of 6.5% for a very well tenanted, very well located property on Waverly Street, built in 1966, cap rate of 6.5% in 2019, to a high of 8.7% for heritage property, heritage office property located on Portage Avenue, that being number 3, 294 Portage. So that property was built in 1908, obviously has been significantly updated since that time. into a more modern office building, traded in 2018 at a cap rate of 8.7%, that being the high end of the range. Now, the subject property, or rather our bear with me here, our range typically is in that 6.5 to upper sevens range, with some outliers there, or 6.75 to 7.9%, kind of encompassing the majority of the caps for properties of a significant size. I will point out there are significant differences between some of these properties and the subject. Obviously, 444 St. Mary's is a well-located, well-tenanted Class B property of a significantly greater size, much more modern, trading at a cap of 6.9% for almost $50 million, extensive parking associated with it, 200 Portage, located right at Portage and Main, cap rate of 7.9%. There were issues obviously with regard to tenancy for that property on the trade, but that's some background with regard to capitalization rate. I have provided you photos on the following pages. I would direct you, I guess, to my page 30. You can see 294 Portage there. It's located adjacent to the Radisson. It's connected to the above ground walkway throughout downtown, located right on Portage Avenue. Now that is a single instance. It's a little older transaction in 2018, but it does provide you with an indication of investors' appetite for heritage office properties in the city. Now, our range again generally was in that just below 7% to kind of upper sevens in terms of capitalization rate for what we were seeing in the marketplace. We have a heritage office building with the issues that I've already described to you and the lack of amenities. We have used a cap rate of 7.5%, which in hindsight is probably slightly on the conservative end in our valuation. I will direct you to my page 32, and we can walk through the summary of this quickly. So the in-place rental rates, as they were shown, are well supported by the market. So we use the in-place rent. We include the storage revenue in the valuation. The storage revenue comes and goes. You can have a tenant that's using it for 1 month, but not the next, or they decide when they move out, nobody else needs it, so that revenue disappears. So we're including it in the typical valuation line and applying vacancy and expenses to that. So some summary again on page 32. We've lowered the vacancy rate dramatically to 6% for the reasons I've stated. We've included the 7% non-recoverable expenses, again, for the reasons I've stated, and they're much higher at the subject. Lowered the shortfall to $850 from the city's $850 per square foot. And finally, we have then included the gross revenue for the parking at the end of this and not deducted any vacancy or any expenses from that. Now, this is obviously not necessarily accurate in terms of the expenses for a parking lot. If you look at the city's evidence, typically we're looking at more than 50% reduction in the gross revenue to what the net is actual for those properties. So in essence, we're overestimating the contribution of the parking here by including the gross revenue at 32,398. City had parking at 20,976. I'm not going to make that change. We'll include the existing gross revenue. And again, using our capitalization rate of 7.5%, to the NOI that results from this gives us our final valuation of $4,997,000. Now, it's critical to understand that there's no possibility of the parking lot being traded separately, nor would any astute investor attribute a separate capitalization rate to that component of the overall investment versus the property as a whole. It would be included as part of the overall investment and capitalized as such. Immediately beside our valuation, obviously you have the 2023 valuation from the city of Winnipeg, as well as their 2020 valuation. The addendum materials are simply the income and expense, as well as the reports from Colliers, CB Richard Ellis, and Cushman Wakefield. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Smith, do you want some water?
I would love some water, but I drank all of mine just before we started.
All right. Can you get more? Can you
I
get
will,
more?
if you give me 2 minutes, I'll run to my fridge and grab some, yes.
You know something? Go right now.
Okay,
Go right now.
appreciate it.
Go right now.
There are no sick days during appeals. It doesn't exist.
No. I think I think he had COVID, and I think he's still maybe got a touch of it. Anyways, we'll give him a chance to get some water, and because yeah, there's lots of material here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This cold seems to be hanging on for far too long.
All right. Jonathan, you have questions of Mr. Smith?
You know what? I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Duncan?
No questions at this time.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Mahone?
I'll carry on the trend, no questions.
Okay, I just have one. I see that by way of evaluations, you guys are fairly close. Either party are fairly close in regards to valuing the city lot, the parking lot. So the difference is like $35,000. So that's pretty close. I don't think I have anything further. Summation, either party?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So let's go to the last one that we have for Mr. Smith, which is 159 Marion Street. Mr. Spacek, your presentation, and lead us through that, please.
Thank you very much. Last one, we are looking at file number 22-3652. We have a roll number 0609081250. We're at 159 Marion Street. This is a medical office built in 1978, so we have an older single story office with basement. We have a gross floor area of 4,945 and a leasable area of 4,845. You can see this is located just west of Kenny on Marion Street. I've put a above view picture at the top of page 2 so you can see exactly where it is. You can also see a street view of the property on page 2. So we're looking at Riverside Dental Clinic with the St. Boniface Pharmacy and medical clinic inside. If we scroll down to page 4, you can see exactly how this building is valued using the income approach. So we have 3 premises within the building. We have 2 main floor premises, one at 1719 square feet. This is $17.06. And then we have the another unit at 1,166 square feet at 1634. And then we have a basement leasable premise. So the basement is at $11.99. You will see we have a standard OFM. So this is our office dentist, dental medical. It's just it's medical space. It's our classification for medical space in our model. And so in this one, we have that total 4,845 square feet with a 5.5% vacancy loss for 2023. We have a 3% expenses, the same across all our income producing properties, and a shortfall of $8. We have an overall capitalization rate of 6.1%, and this is how you get the total value of $1,045,000 for this property. In this case, on page 5, I have put together, what I tried to do is look at older OFM builds. So you'll notice that except for comparable 10, which is a newer one, all of these builds are, actually built from, as old as 1939, 1940, 1985, 1976. So, I did try to find some older original builds you're getting locations that are more similar to the one we're looking at. But again, I tried to do smaller size too. So, you can see we have a range of rents from $12 all the way up to $25. You can see that, for example, 807 Henderson is a 1950 build. This is comparable number 9. You're looking at 1452 for 2,500 square feet. So that's a similar size unit in the location. I wouldn't put Henderson too far past Marion for location for a building like this. It's kind of just it's just helping out that local area. And if we look at we scroll down, they've included a mailer for this property. So there's total 4,900 square feet being leased, and this is on page 9. You'll notice there's net leases in place. They've included the rental income and the expenses, and they've listed 2 tenants. So again, they checked off net, but I did see when I was looking at these that they've included property taxes. And for the second unit, so this is on page 10, you can see the rent roll. It didn't seem like a pure net rent just because there are other things being checked off that are included in the rent. So, but you can see the total monthly rent for the Riverside Dental is $4,000 for their 3,600 square feet. And then St. Boniface Pharmacy pays $2,100 a month for their 1,230 square feet. The COVID questionnaire on page 11, they said that there was a minor impact. They said that question 2, were tenants at this location closed temporarily? They did say yes. The only other ones that they filled out, or they filled they filled everything else out as no on this one. So no major updates on the, at this point in time when they filled this out for the COVID. But if you have any questions, that is my presentation. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Smith, questions of the assessor?
Yes, just pardon me. Just a couple, I guess. There's a few outliers in the rental comparable chart on page 5. I just wanted to address, I guess. Your comp 10, 1721 Portage, that's a new build essentially, right?
Yes, for
17?
sure.
Okay,
Anything at that higher rental rate, I'm going to say is newer. You can even, to make it easier, you can even not look at the ones above $20, as I'm not trying to say this is worth $20.
Yeah.
It's just, you can cut those out. That's all good.
Okay, fair enough. So the subject is in St. Boniface there, but I gather there weren't any. You have no comps from that particular area?
Yeah, nothing was poking up as net rents on Marion for me, or St. Boniface really for OFMs.
Okay. Roblin. So that 2110 Main Street, that is exclusively a medical property, right? So it's all,
Yeah,
those
it's
are all
all
medical
dentists and stuff and doctors and all that stuff.
and they're in that $12 to $13 range.
Yeah, and it's like more towards the north end of Maine.
Mm-hmm. All right, and as you'd indicated, it's gross, semi-gross for the leases that are in place.
That's what it looks like from what's reported. Yes.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan?
No, no questions. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Mahone?
I have none, thank you.
I just have a couple questions, Mr. Spacek. There's side parking for this building?
Great question. It looks like it's in the back. So from the back lane.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's side street parking as well on
Okay.
Marion.
And is there a overhead walkway there? You know?
I don't believe so.
It looks like from the picture there, it looks like there's a
It's
connection.
just, I believe it was an old drive-through. Like it's the top of it looks
Oh.
like. So it looks like at
Okay.
least in a past life it had a drive-through, maybe a bank or I don't know, but it's just from, I'm looking at the same picture and it just looks like
Yeah.
some sort of drive-through for me.
Yeah. Okay. And so this property is close to downtown, close to the hospital. So why wouldn't you value? I thought there was a side parking lot there. No?
For this property? Oh,
Yeah.
maybe sorry, so I see what you mean, side lot. Like I don't know
Yeah.
if that's the same owner next door. I didn't look.
Okay.
You know what? I didn't even
Oh,
notice that when
so the
I was looking at
parking,
this.
like you say, the parking just might be at the rear.
Well, it looks like they have a decent amount of parking at the rear, but I don't know what the next door situation is offhand.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Have you been in this building at all?
I have not, no.
No. So you can't, you have a value for the basement, which seems to be kind of high, which is $12 a square foot.
So yeah, and I haven't been in it, but I did talk to Mr. Smith and look at his materials. He has included pictures of the basement. So I'm not super uncomfortable with charging a decent rent for the basement. It's actually used for dental work and it's finished. So it didn't stick out too bad to me as like a horrible basement space.
Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clear up the parking issue to start with, if you flip to my page number 7, the site description, it gives you the boundaries of the subject property, and all of the parking is located at the rear of the building itself. The lot to the side is not their lot, and it's not owned by the same owner. So any parking for the subject is either at the rear or street front at the front. That lot is not available to them. So subject property was formerly either a bank or a credit union. I cannot remember. I think it was a credit union before it was purchased by the current owner, and they converted it for their own use. So it's an owner-occupied building with a single tenant outside of the owner itself. So the owner of the dental practice owns the property, and they have a pharmacy that is the sole tenant of the property itself. So that angle that you're looking at on the front cover of my brief is kind of the light well, and you'll see that in the photos as we go through it here. So let's move forward into the brief. So page number 3, bit of background again. Property is assessed at $1,045,000 for 2023. And in the 2020 assessment cycle, it was reduced from $1,139,000 to $841,000 at the Board of Revision based on my valuation, and the decision for this and the supporting information is included in the addenda starting on my page A-7. That being based on the net operating income that we presented at that time. So the net operating income that, sorry, just bear with me for a moment here. The net operating income we used at that time was based on net rental rate of $13.50 per square foot as an overall rate for the entire building, including the basement. Not that we were applying $13.50 to the basement, but that was the overall number that we utilized. So property was again built in 1978. It's zoned C2. And we have a total leasable area of 48,064 square feet, of which we have roughly 1,800 square feet located in the basement of the property itself. Let's move forward into the photos beginning on page number 4. So you can see a photo of the frontage there. There is a what would have been drive-through for the credit union on the one side, brings you around to the back of the property. Move into the dental space itself. So the property owner built the property out for his own use. Obviously on the main floor, you can see the natural light well coming in there. Storage, it's your basic dentist's office, nothing overly special or overly different. Page number 6 gives you a photo of the pharmacy area, which is located on the eastern side of the building. That's where that particular unit is located. So very similar in nature to the other side of the building in terms of the occupancy and the build out. So that is the structure that we're looking at. Site is shown on page 7 as discussed, and we are looking at a location in St. Boniface, a couple of blocks north of Taché, or 1 block north of Taché in the St. Boniface area. So that is the location for our property today. So let's move forward into the valuation itself on page number 11. The subject property leases I've shown as they exist as of the valuation date. Only one of them is arm's length, that being the pharmacy. So when we look at the pharmacy, they signed a renewal in 2018 for a 5-year term at a rate of what amounts to $16.80 a square foot. Now, pharmacies obviously develop loyalty. This is one that had been in place for some time, for a period of time. Their clients know where they are. There's a lot that goes into moving. They have a lot invested in staying in place. So they renewed at a relatively high rate of $16.80 per square foot. Now, that is a semi-gross lease. That $16.80 represents essentially what the net is as the property taxes paid by the landlord in this location. So we've made the appropriate deductions, and the net rent would be in that $16.80 per square foot rate for for their unit. They're all entirely located on the main floor. And again, I would suggest they're paying quite a strong rate for a retail space on Marion for a property such as this. The the other tenant, which is the owner, so non-arm's length, buying the property back in 2015, they have an overall rate that they're paying themselves of $9.10 per square foot. Now that's for their entire their entire unit, both the main floor space and the basement space. So their total area that they occupy is 3,634 square feet. And there is a mirror basement in the same amount of basement space as there is main floor space for this particular property for that unit only. So they, as noted, they are on a gross lease, but it comes out to a rent of $9.10 per square foot. Now, it is basement space. It is built out in terms of there are a number of units, number of spaces there for clinical work. Much of it is storage in the basement, and it is basement space. It is not typically it's not typically space that would be leased out. You get these situations where owner occupants buy buildings and they convert basement space to their own particular use. That's what's happened in this case. What our task is looking at what a space such as this would lease for on the marketplace. There are very, very few examples or instances of basement space being leased on the market where we can point to rents that are in place. Generally, they're all $10 and lower per square foot in terms of the net rental rate that you would see applied to these. So let's look at the market for confirmation of whether the in-place rents are appropriate or not. Again, keeping in mind we have a non-arm's length lease for over half of the building. So I've got two spaces here in the immediate area, in the St. Boniface area, both of them relatively new leases struck in 2018, both located on Provencher. Relatively new buildings built in 87 and 85, and again significant amounts of space, as you can see, 1,126 square feet. And our lease rates in the immediate area are $14.25 and $15.35 per square foot. Now, if you flip forward to page number 12 and 13, you can see photos of these two properties and their locations shown on a map on each of those pages. So 131 Provencher is a modern 3-story office building built in 87, right on the corner of Provencher and Taché, just immediately as you go over the bridge from downtown. Quite a number of tenancies in here. There is a library located in there, but quite a number of private businesses that are located in that particular property as well. And our lease rate there is $15.35. Significantly better location. There's underground parking available in that building. Superior property to the subject property. And they're paying $15.35 per square foot for the space there on the main floor. 383 Provencher, as shown on page 13. This is located further down Provencher, but still obviously within that commercial area of St. Boniface. We have a again, much newer property built in 85, 1425 per square foot for 1,100 square feet. Not as close to downtown necessarily, a little further away, but arguably a nicer structure than the subject. Beyond that, we're looking at, again, suburban office is essentially what we're looking at. Yes, it is a medical use that is in place in the subject property. These properties do convert to other uses. The investment in the build out for medical office as an owner occupant isn't necessarily going to convert into you getting another medical tenant occupying your standalone building, and being able to use specifically the build out that you've put in place there. So what we tend to see is successful doctors and or dentists or other professionals of medical nature buying a smaller property and converting it to their specific use, for obviously the tax benefits that they can receive and the income that they can generate for holding company, etc. But this doesn't translate directly into demand for those spaces as medical office space. If you look for medical office leases in the marketplace, typically we're looking at professional centers such as that Parkview Professional Center at 2110 Main, and other things of that nature where such as the one on the corner of Meadowood and St. Mary's, where you get doctors and dentists grouping together in a common office building. Demand for standalone properties such as this would certainly be different. So we're looking at suburban office as a whole, essentially. We look at the remainder of our comps as shown on page 11. We have 4 more remaining. They are in that 1350 to 1675 per square foot range. All of these are relatively new leases, 2019, 2021. And they are all very well located. So let's run through these quickly here, beginning on page number 14. So 430 Dover Court, multi-tenant office building located in the Fort Garry industrial area. Very high demand there for office space. 1350 a square foot for 2750 square feet in 2019 on a long term, built in 1990. 75 Skirfield, exact same area. 1675 per square foot, arguably a superior building to the one that we were discussing on Dover Court, certainly superior to the subject. And again, demand being much higher out there. And we have 611, so that's 1675 per square foot. 611 Corridon, right in the heart of Corridon Village. We have lease rate in 2021 of $13.50 a square foot on the main floor, similar to the subject. Similar location to the subject, probably superior, I would argue. And then finally, 131 Provencher, again, that same property just across the river from downtown, corner of Taché and Provencher, $14 a square foot in 2019 for a second floor office space. So that being elevator serviced, our building obviously is a single story with basement space. So how do we effectively value this? Well, we have one arm's length tenant, pharmacy with significant reason for staying in place and renewing their lease. They're paying a rate of $16.80 a square foot. The main floor owner occupant, very comparable space, a similar size, somewhat larger at 1800. I cannot see them paying a greater rental rate than what they're achieving for a motivated tenant in the side pod or the side unit of their building at $16.80 per square foot. If you look at the high end of my comparable range, 75 Scurfield, significantly better located building and better building in general, that would support that as being the upper end of the range at $16.75 a square foot. We are applying the same $16.80 a square foot to the main floor of the owner's space as indicated. Now, this is an above market rate. I could do this valuation in a number of ways, but I didn't want to ignore the in-place tenant that they had paying $16.80 and somehow try and convince you that their space is different. It's not a lot different. So what we're looking at is essentially the the discrepancy between main floor and basement space. And again, keeping in mind that $16.80 is an above market rent for this property in general. So I'm attributing $16.80 to the entire main floor. And I'm taking into account the situation of a basement and demand for basement space, obviously as a rental unit on the market, particularly built out for dental use, and in the COVID timeframe in a standalone building. All of our comparables that I have seen, which I was unable to locate for our brief today, would indicate that basement space at a maximum would go for $10 per square foot. This is not downtown, doesn't have the other amenities that properties such that would achieve a rental rate such as that would have, such as connection to downtown skywalks and other retail in the area that would drive potential increased demand. We feel that it's appropriate to apply a rate under that amount. So we've applied the $9.10 per square foot that the owner is obviously paying to themselves. This is a non-arm's length lease. We don't typically place any reliance on these, and I'm not really even placing a lot of reliance on it in this valuation. It simply coincides with what one should pay for a basement space, potentially in a building such as this. And again, that would be probably on the high side. And please keep in mind, I don't necessarily believe that they would achieve $16.80 a square foot for the owner occupied main floor space. So we're looking at the overall valuation here in attributing these rental rates. So this is summarized on my page number 17. We give you the commercial market, commercial realtor's background with regard to rental rates, none of them particularly informative with regard to properties such as this. If you look at Class C suburban and even Class B suburban, Stevenson is suggesting between $13 and $14 per square foot. Again, we're using $16.80 a square foot for that main floor space. Capital Commercial indicating Class B suburban at a rate of $14.47 per square foot. And again, we're using $16.80 for the main floor space. So the rates that we've used are shown at the bottom of page 17, and the average comes out to $13.92 per square foot. Moving on to vacancy, again, we're erring on the conservative side here. We have an owner-occupied building. Now, properties are meant to be all valued in the same way in terms of assessment, in that what would this property lease for on the market? What would a normal vacancy be? What would an appropriate cap rate would be? So when we look at the vacancy rates for Class B suburban, say, or Class C suburban, as shown on my page 18, we have 8.3, 10.8, 8.2, and 18% being shown for Class B suburban space. Class C, 19, or rather 9.4, 17.2%, and 5.3%. We are taking into account the owner-occupied nature of the property as it currently sits in our valuation, and applying a 5.5% vacancy, well under obviously the market vacancy stats that are out there. The expense allowance we've run through numerous times. Again, we're using 7% for the reasons stated. Please ask me questions if you're not in agreement with it. Happy to explain it through you, but I don't want to take more time on that. The shortfall allowance, we're not in disagreement with the $8 per square foot. And we can move on to capitalization rate on page number 20. Now, subject property is suburban. If we were looking at the Class B suburban capitalization rates as published by the major commercial brokerages, Cushman & Wakefield is indicating 6.75 to 7.75%. Colliers 6 to 6.75%, with the quarter point increase that's needed for the Colliers rates. And CB Richard Ellis 7 to 7.5%. Now, we also have our own capitalization rate study at the bottom of page number 20. And this remains the same as the prior property. We've run through each of these comps. Again, happy to answer questions on those if you have them. They run from a low of 6.5% up to 8.7%. These are all significantly larger properties than the subject for the most part, with two exceptions, that being 2031 Portage Avenue at a cap of 6.75% and 185 Sherbrooke at a cap of 8.4%. Now, looking at the subject property, and as both the assessor and your previous appellant here today have indicated, we're often pressed for time on getting all of our reports submitted by the appropriate date. That's certainly the case for myself as well. So I am going to make a slight adjustment to my valuation here. And the cap rate that I initially applied to the property was 6.25%. I am going to make an adjustment to 6.5% in my valuation. And this gives us a final market value of $888,000. Reason for this being, if we look at my overall valuation, and this is what we need to do, we're taking a look at the overall market value of the property. I've, in my estimation, probably been overly optimistic in what they would be able to achieve as far as the rental rate. They have a tenant that's paying an over market rate. I've attributed that same rate to the owner occupied space on the main floor and then a strong rental rate for the basement space, which is exceptionally rarely leased on the market. I've used a very low vacancy rate of 5.5%. We're obviously well under what market evidence is showing there. The expense allowance, again, happy to run through that if you wish. And the capitalization rate evidence that we've provided, certainly the subject property, we have a property that is on the smaller side, so there can be more investors for it. That's a common argument. The other, there's other factors that that enter into this as well, though. We have a property that's built out over 50% specifically for a use as a dental office. Now, that's fine if you have somebody that's looking for a dental office as the same type of investment. Not everybody is. Not all of these trade to medical office users. So when you have a property that's built out for this specific use, it doesn't necessarily translate into other end users. The other other aspect to keep in mind here is that we are in the depths of COVID at April 1st, 2021. There were, and there's no good way of showing this, but the market for investment properties had dropped off a cliff at that point in time. None of them were selling. There was no appetite on the market. Lenders were extremely cautious in terms of placing money on the market, in terms of mortgage lending. And they had changed their parameters as far as qualifying for mortgages as well. And then we have the recognition from existing property owners that they would likely achieve significantly lower market values on the market at that time frame. So you didn't see any of them being put up. So is there strong sales evidence to support this? No, there's not, for those exact reasons that there are no transactions on the marketplace. There were transactions here and there in various categories, and they do support this, but that there was a significant cooling of the market at that time frame. When we look at the evidence that I've provided in my brief with regard to the capitalization rate study that I've provided, we have a low end of 6.5% for a very well tenanted, very well located, significantly larger property located in Southwest Winnipeg on Waverly at 6.5%. That not in the COVID timeframe. Subject property is not going to achieve a lower cap rate than a property such as that on the market. If you look at the other transactions that I've provided there at 6.5%, I'm certainly on the low end, and I would say that would be a more fair representation of an appropriate cap rate on the market at that time frame. So our final market value is $888,000. Apologize for the change, but as I've noted, we're all under significant pressure in terms of the time frames we have to get these reports in. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. The addenda materials include the income and expense, as well as the decision from the last cycle. And I would note that in our valuation model, using 1680 for the whole main floor and 910 for the basement, we have still managed to increase the rent by 42 cents over the decision in our valuation model from the last cycle, which was based on a rent of $13.50 for the entire property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Spacek, questions of Mr. Smith?
I have no questions, thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Duncan?
Just a couple. So what's your NOI then on the property?
The NOI remains the same.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just a number for me, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the NOI, as shown on page 24, is $57,751.
Okay. And then just in regards to your 5th page, am I correct in assuming the area with the water bottles and all the supplies are the basement of the property?
That's correct. That top photo is in the basement. The bottom one is not actually in the basement. That was on the main floor.
So there'd be no windows or anything down there when I look at the overall property? No
There are
windows?
no windows. No, and in fact, there's only a single point of access as well, which is from a stairwell at the rear of the property. So
Okay. They can't even get this inside the building. They have to go outside?
Oh, no, you can access the basement from within the building, but typically for for a space to be leasable, there needs to be 2 points of two points of access and egress, and this basement has a single point of access at the rear of the property, inside the building. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Not for the basement, for the whole building. So then really the basement is storage. Is that what you set it at?
Well, no, it is built out. So if you look at page 5, there is storage in the basement and a significant portion of it, but they do also have clinical rooms built out as well. But there's a lunchroom down there. I think some of their admin area was in the basement as well.
But not a customer area then? Just
not a customer area, no.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Mahone?
Yeah, I'd like to clear that up a little bit more, please, or maybe you could clarify for me. You said there's clinical rooms down there. Those include rooms in which the dentists or the owners will see patients, do they not?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I didn't mean to. I was responding to the question that was asked. So
well, I'm just clarifying it.
Yeah, certainly clarify it. So I've been in the basement taking the photos that you're looking at here. It's not largely built out as clinical area, but I do recall there being 1 or 2 clinical rooms that were in the basement space. So I don't want to overemphasize the clinical nature of the basement nor underemphasize it. I'm simply pointing out what it is. And again, I would emphasize there are no windows, and we're not looking at a space that you can access from the front of the building going down the stairwell. There's only a stairwell access at the rear of the property, pardon me. And again, typically, according to the City of Winnipeg guidelines, space has to have more than 1 point of access and egress by floor in order for it to be leasable space. There being no windows to exit out of here or another stairwell, this would not typically qualify as leasable space.
Okay. Now the comps that you have used, I've been trying to look at the pictures and I've been looking up, and none of the comps that you have used at page 11 have medical or dental or pharmaceutical uses. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. The comps, I'm not sure if you looked at the comps that the assessor used, but those were all office, medical, dental, pharmaceutical, etc. Did you get a chance to look at those?
I did look at them, and I chose not to spend more of our valuable time going through those, but
okay.
Happy to do so now if we need to as the assessor.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know that, just wanted to ensure that the offices that you had provided as comps for rental did not have a medical or pharmaceutical component. The other question that I had, and you used, just a minute here, I just want to go back to some of my notes here. You used the phrase over market rate to describe the rate that you had given to the basement area.
Mhm.
Did you provide us any comps for basement area or
Well,
basement medical area?
so here's the challenge in that. There are exceptionally few basement spaces that are tenanted on an arm's length basis out there in the marketplace. So what we find is the city of Winnipeg will will attribute rental rates to these spaces, and we then acquire lease rates through the documentation that they provide on the very limited spaces out there that are leased. As you can imagine, basement space in the commercial real estate market is not a high demand issue from the point of view of agents looking to lease it or owners looking to lease it necessarily. It's just additional space typically. So those leases that are out there are not commonly available or well tracked. We do collect the ones that we can get from the city. As I'd mentioned earlier, the extremely, and I'll emphasize this, extremely limited amount of time that we have to provide these briefs in often limits us in tracking those particular details down. This, I think, was due on December 22nd. My dad went into the hospital on December 20th. I wasn't able to track down too many basement leases in that particular time frame.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
I thank you. Mr. Spacek, you wish a summary at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Smith's summary, if you want.
I don't believe it's necessary, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Smith, thank you for your patience, and somebody's got to be last, I guess, and unfortunately you were it.
It's quite all right.
Thank you very much for your presentations, and I think you'll get results very shortly. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been on the other end of the scale many times, so I understand. Have a great day, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Trevor.
Mr. Spacek, have a good day. Thank you very much for your presentations. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day. Bye.
Okay. Group, do we want to take a couple minutes and just whatever? Is that okay?
Yes, that would be great.